Hello everyone and welcome to the 5th episode of Campaign 2 of Speedrunners and Dragons, the show where I lead your favorite speedrunners on a daring adventure through a dastardly tabletop world of my creation. My name is Adef and I'll be your dungeon master tonight. Joining us as always are Danny B, Dangers, the Blacktastic, DGR Dave, Kung Fu, Fruit Cup, and Fant TV. Every other Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Eastern here on twitch.tv/adef, the 6 of them will be traveling around the lands found in the Liseptian Ocean, attempting to learn its secrets and save the world. Last time on Speedrunners and Dragons, here comes the recap. Whilst aboard the Golden Razor, Aurello's ship, and en route to the country of Releron, our heroes were attacked by pirates, but with some skillful maneuvering by Aurello and clever spell use/arrow shots from Jader and Veril, they led two of the ships to crash into each other, but aboard one of those ships apparently was a stowaway in the form of one of the bounty hunters hired by the gods to kill our heroes. Timero Releo, a swordsman with a brink allowing him to almost bend space around himself, proved to be quite the adversary. After having boarded the Golden Razor by way of using a catapult on one of the sinking ships to shoot himself towards the gang. Nonetheless, our heroes dispatched of him, and then a chase ensued between the largest pirate ship and the Golden Razor. The pirate king, Yalto, presented himself at the helm of the largest ship and used his brink Fluid Fun to create massive waves aimed at the Razor. Aurello then revealed that he had a brink all along, using Inverse Oasis and creating a large radius of sand around the Golden Razor. After Haddock threw a lever, doing he knew not what, the Golden Razor's wheels protruded from within the hole and our heroes were off. After landing in Releron somewhat safely, and after some obvious flirtation between Aurello and Elion, our heroes found themselves at the gate of Releron City, the capital of Releron. Surrounded by guards after Jader's failed attempt at persuading them for entrance, Elencia made a swift escape by creating magic vines and then using her acrobatic style to jump past the row of guards. She then headed south towards the jungle, her home. Our heroes learned that the guards were suspicious of travelers due to, quote, strange folk in the land. The lads were then spoken to in their holding cells by the leader of Releron, Bernard Claxon. He explained that there was a tournament of fighters to be held the next day and that he needed entrants. He also seemed sympathetic to their cause, but simply wanted them to prove their worth by completing this tournament and possibly a job. I don't want to spoil too much about the tournament in case you want to go watch it yourself, and I really recommend you do get the finer details that way. Episode 4 is on our YouTube, youtube.com/speedrunnersdragons, and it is solid. Some of the best role-playing and inter-player interaction that we've had so far. Really, really, really recommend that. And suffice it to say, Haddock, Jader, and Daneth all entered the prestigious tournament filled with other skilled fighters, and Haddock and Daneth now face each other in the finals. Elle, too, found interesting developments on her own journey. While in the jungle, things felt even more off than what she had felt earlier in the year. A purple ooze appeared prevalent throughout interesting flora she'd never seen in the jungle. Eventually deciding to journey to the Enness Lake in hopes of finding a message from Stephen in the supposed cave with high brink energy there. At the waterfront, Elle was greeted by the massive Spirit of the Lake, a red sea serpent with antlers, moth wings, and 12 eyes. It beckoned her forth to get on its neck, and it then brought her underwater and then back above. Above water, however, she seemed to find herself in some otherworldly, endless body of water, with still water like the Enness Lake. It was now nighttime as well, the moon in full brightness. Before her lay the maw of a cave which stretched under the surface. Entering the cave revealed brilliant crystals lining the walls of this seemingly ever-deepening and ever-growing cave. Near the end of the cave, however, sat a familiar figure, smoking a cigarette, who questioned, "Where's everybody else?" Welcome to Episode 5 of Campaign 2 of Speedrunners and Dragons. Alright, I'm gonna pop over to the gamers. We're here.
Hi, gamers.
We're here.
Hello.
What is going on?
As always, Haddock with the wonderful backgrounds.
Yes.
still rocking the K rule.
Shout out to my emotional support, your boy, King K. Rule.
Your boy. It's your boy. Sorry,
That's
I am.
Doc when he's hangry.
I am
Anyway,
parched. I am parched after that 2x speed recap. Okay, so gamers, we got an exciting one tonight. A lot of moving pieces, a lot of interesting developments going on. Perhaps some story questions answered. Who knows? And perhaps some interesting folk. So let's get right into the jam of it all. So, gamers, if you'll recall, Haddock has just finished an epic battle against this guy, Anton, this massive behemoth with a really overpowered brink. The two of them beat each other nigh to death, and Haddock, by the skin of his teeth, managed to win out the day, and Anton is defeated. And this means, of course, that the grand finals of the tournament, there's no losers bracket, so the winners finals is grand finals. And it's not best 3 out of 5, not best 2 out of 3, it's one and done, baby. We got Fant in the form of Daneth versus Bobby in the form of Haddock. So, Haddock, after you step out of the ring, and Daneth and Jader, you also experienced this. When you came out, there was sort of this, like, medic guy who was in the player holding room where you had sort of gone prior to the tournament. And he was tending to the various people. And after your big matches, he beckons you over, and he uses like really skilled healing magic, and you feel as though you've completed a long rest. So you recover all of your hit points for free, all of your spell slots, brink slots, etc. Brink slots isn't a thing, but if your brink requires rest to use again, there you go.
Call it the brink tank.
The brink tank, yeah. We'll have E-tanks, but for Brink later, I guess. So yeah, that's sort of the long and the short of it. But yeah, so then Bernard comes back into the fighting room after about a half hour, and they had a little halftime show out in the Coliseum that you're basically inside of. It was the Releronian Children's Choir went out and sang a very moving hymn about slitting people's throats. It was really delightful and beautiful, and Elion, you're like particularly moved as a man of music. They all have wonderful voices, and it's just wonderful, and they're so violent. But in this like massive Coliseum thing, now people are sort of like rearing to go for this last fight, right? Because Haddock's fight was a fucking blowout, pardon my French. Just like an absolute monstrosity. And the Jader versus Daneth fight was also like got people going wild. So everybody's kind of like popping off to see the headliner here. And so people are sort of, you can feel below, and Elion and Varel specifically, you're in the stands. You can sense the energy and see that people are kind of getting restless. They're getting antsy. They're getting excited. And Bernard Claxon comes into the room where Haddock and Daneth and Jader now are sort of, ready to go. And he looks around at the three of you and he says, congratulations on making it this far. It's so exciting. Really proud of you guys. Pretty incredible that the 3 miscreants I picked up off the street made it to the semis, and then 2 of them into the finals. So, like, really good stuff, you guys. Really nice. Jader, how you feeling? It's a good fight. You did really good, I promise.
I feel good. I don't know who the guy that healed me is, but he's pretty skilled.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you're not, like, mentally taxed after the fight, because, like, it was a good one. Like, you really put up a fight, you know what I mean? So I just, good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so, Daneth, Haddock, if you guys are ready, I mean, it's showtime.
Ready to step out once more into the brink.
Okay, you were like, you had like a really intense energy before we started, and now like complete opposite. Don't know what to do with you still. But Haddock, are you feeling good? Feeling ready? Yeah, okay. These are 2 people I don't really want to hang out with particularly. Okay, great. Excellent. Well, guys, I'm gonna go out and introduce you one by one, and then you'll come out. I don't really know much about you, so I'm kind of just gonna come up with some descriptors, and we'll just see how it goes. So he sort of walks out, and again, I'll remind you, this dude is, like, not to be trifled with. Like, Bernard Claxon is a storied war hero. He's in his, like, 40s, and is, like, powerful, evidently. But he walks out into the center of the Coliseum, and people are like, yeah! And he says, ladies and gentlemen, it is the title bout. Very exciting end to the day, even though it's like only noon, but we start early, so you can still go home, have dinner, talk about it with your friends and family. Anyway, I know what you want. I know what you're here to see. I know what you're ready for. Let's put our hands together for the orc. The biggest guy with the scariest blood. Hadak! And then everyone goes like wild. And Hadak, you can make any kind of entrance you so choose. People love it. People love it. People are like, this guy's awesome. People are really loving it. Probably some sicker music, right? Is in order. There we go. Yeah, that'll do. And then he says, it's the short guy whose personality is incomprehensible, and also, I guess, has a brink that's like really, really stupid overpowered. It's Daneth! And people are like clapping, and you hear a lot of murmurs that are like, brink? Like a bunch of people are like, what does that mean? Like tons of people have no idea what's going on, but they're just into the adrenaline of it all. And they're going nuts. And I think, this would be a good time for a prediction.
Absolutely. Get it in there.
Who wins? Hadak or Daneth? Team blue is Hadak. Team pink is Daneth. You have 2 minutes to submit. You have 2 minutes to submit. Okay. Get your points in. This is a pretty exciting moment. Their brinks kind of complement each other in an interesting way. So, who knows? Please don't kill each other. Well.
Well.
I, of course, can't predict, so I'm out of the running.
All right.
The first thing that I'll have the both of you do is roll initiative for me, please.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take Hadak's first when you have it.
I got a 6.
Okay. Daneth?
I've got a 20.
20. Okay. Another minute here to get in your predictions. Bernard Claxon comes up to the two of you, and he's like, it is customary, especially in the finals, for the participants to shake hands, because this is usually the one where, like, people get destroyed. So it's, like, good to have good sportsmanship up top, so that when it's animalistic at the end, like, nobody's really jarred by that. Though I think Jader, like, stabbed a sword through some lady's head earlier, so, like, all bets are off, to be honest. And he asks the two of you to shake hands.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm shaking hands and I'm saying, Hadak, it's an honor to finally meet on the field of battle.
Why are you mimicking me? Take this seriously. I thought about you. Before our fight, I thought about you. And how you acted when we were fighting the goddess of fire and flame, and what she did to you. I feel if we are to go further in our journey, I shall test you.
Ooh.
Oh, well, what better person to measure up against than Hadak, the one and only. Defeated the guy who could not be defeated, like, just out of nowhere. It's like
Somewhere in the crowd, you just hear,
Jader,
"Get a
wasn't that big of a
room!"
deal, but oh my goodness. You definitely had the more difficult path to the finals here. I honestly don't know if I can take you on.
That was not an honorable victory. I had to give in. It would be great if I didn't have to do that this fight.
I agree. We should not take it to the end, so to speak. We have much bigger problems in the future.
Bernard just, like, leans in. He's like, guys, they don't usually, like, talk this long. You guys have been talking
Anyway.
for over 60 seconds.
Okay,
People are
then
getting
watch
antsy.
out. He's gonna,
Shall we? Let's go.
Take out his f***ing mace.
Yeah, and I got my bow.
Okay.
Going to the other side of the arena.
Also, Elion, when you said get a room, you just heard some guy across the way go, "Yeah!" So like, so there is somebody across the stadium seems to be on your side on this, Elion. Excellent. Well, I guess there's really no reason to delay it any further. At that, first of all, let's take a look at the prediction just before I want to see. Okay, so we've got, it's almost an even split. 57% in favor of Daneth, 43% in favor of Hadak. So we've got 2.35 to 1 odds in favor of Hadak. Well, in favor of the people betting for Hadak. There are almost 100,000 points on Daneth and almost 70,000 on Hadak. We have a Thenriel in on Daneth for 84,000 points. And we have Hadak in. We have Lives LOZ in on Hadak for 13,000. Those are the big players. 84,000 points.
84,000
is a lot, especially
I think,
since like
Hadak has the more people, but I just got one rich person
You
going
got
all
the
in.
guardian angel. That's what we call him here in content creation.
yeah, there are 9 voters for Daneth and 21 for Hadak. Wow, 84,000 is a lot, especially since like channel points in my channel, like you can drastically change the stream with that many points. Anyway, okay, all right, gamers, when you're ready, Bernard Claxon sort of backs up, and he looks at the both of you, and he says, "Let the battle begin!"
Round 1.
It's gonna be a fine bout. Daneth, it's all you.
All right. Well, I don't want to bring out my brink immediately.
Okay.
So I'm just going to see if I can whittle down Hadak early on. So I'm just gonna roll to attack here.
Okay.
So nat 20.
Nice.
I kid you not. I don't know how this keeps happening, but that's gonna be attack 1.
Imagine coincidence. Okay.
For once, it's not
So
against
yeah,
me.
so it's a 28 to hit
Yeah, it hits.
Yeah.
for this one, and
yeah.
so I'm going to roll the damage roll, which is a 5 plus 3 is 8.
You
The
double.
old-
Then like, how does the bonus attack?
You double the dice, so you roll another die.
So I roll another dice, and do they both get the bonus or just
No,
one?
just the one.
Just one.
Okay, so it's gonna be 16 total,
Nice.
and that's for attack 1. And since it was a 20, it's gonna be super flashy. Hopefully to rile up the crowd a little bit for me. Attack 2 is a 21 hit.
Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, no crit there. And that gives me a 1 and 3, so 4 damage for attack 2.
All right.
And that's it. That's my opening statement to Hadak. And I want to say, Daneth has a lot of respect for Hadak. So
Okay. And was that with your
I'm
bow
not
or
gonna be
with your?
showboating on Hadak? That was the bow.
Okay, so it's
That was
just
bow.
and it's sort of strikes true. The first one, Hadak, definitely pierces you in the shoulder and is a little harder, and the second one sort of twings off after doing a little damage. Hadak, it's your turn. Also, the players, the tournament fighters, I guess you started like 30 feet separate from each other. So, Hadak, that's what you got.
All right. So you didn't move a single bit. Face
I
me,
guess I
you
should have probably
coward.
moved away.
Wow. Face me, you coward. All right.
I'm not gonna
well.
kite Hadak around the ring.
I have a lot of respect for Hadak, like moves away through the bow.
All right. Well. Wow. That was a darn good opening of First Blood. I gotta actually think about how to go about this next one. However, I'm gonna move right in front of you. I mean, like, you're not gonna escape me. All right.
My legs are too short.
And you you got a multi-attack. I want a multi-attack. Anyways, I'm gonna attack. With
Hey, you got your
this.
spirit weapon, right? That's basically multi-attack.
That's another action, my friend. Anyways, I am going to attack with this old axe right here for a 19 plus 3. Does that hit you?
Yep, that hits.
Okay. So we are going to add the Damahe right here. Where did that go? Oh, I'm using Beyond. Beyond's got a pretty cool but confusing interface. All right. 1d6 plus 3. And for a simple 8 damage.
8s. Okay.
And then, since you brought it up, since you want to be a little smart aleck about it, I will bring forth the spiritual weapon. And as soon as I bring it out, I can swing with it. So I'm going to do that. A melee spell attack, so they say. Does a 17 hit?
It does.
Okay. So with that, I got a 1d8 plus 2 for 9 additional damage.
Ooh, that hurts.
All right, now, hold on.
He's not even done.
I'm gonna look you dead in the eye, all right? Is this something you really want to do? Without the voice filter, because this is combat.
Well, we gotta give the audience a show, do we not?
Daneth, it's your turn, I believe.
Yeah. Well, that beat me up really bad, so I'm assuming I am bleeding at this point.
Oh yeah,
So
certainly.
I gotta do it. I use my action to scream out loud. And well, first of all, Haddock, that really hurt. And I can yell at the top of my lungs, amping up the crowd, just going in, indomitable vanity.
Okay, I don't remember
how
what
much of the
I don't.
crowd is on my side.
Yeah, I don't remember what stats I gave you last time.
I have to give you some new stats here.
Oh, but I want to be like somewhat consistent. I really should have looked this up beforehand. Does anybody in the chat room that just watched
I think
on
you
YouTube
gave me
maybe
5 armor class last time, but I don't remember the other stats.
Yeah, that would make
5
sense.
armor.
I probably doubled your movement speed if I had to guess. Oh God. I mean, everybody's pretty amped about you after the Jader v Daneth fight, so the crowd is a little split. I'd like to give you similar stats. This is my B. I knew you were gonna use it, and yet I.
Yeah, Daneth can't beat Haddock in a no brink fight for sure.
All right, well, screw it. We're just gonna retcon whatever I did. And by retcon, I mean, we'll make it consistent later. After this
I
one,
just
I'll go
looked
back.
it up, actually, if
Oh,
you want.
sick. Yes, please, Danny.
You said his armor class is 20, and his dexterity and strength modifiers both doubled.
Jesus.
That's what you said.
And
So
then,
many
Because there was a big crowd, though? Does it
Yeah.
matter, this
well, it's
crowd
the
size?
same crowd, but I would say it's
True,
pretty even
true,
split. And did I say anything about his movement speed?
I'll tell you in a second.
No wonder I got beat down.
Jader, it's a tough fight.
This is just the perfect.
This
focus
is
for it,
this is
but
literally
I'm
the
not sure.
perfect place to use Daneth's Brink. Like, it couldn't
I'm
be.
digging holes out here, and he's doing Super Saiyan.
And it still may not be enough to take out Haddock. I don't know. How much HP do you have?
I mean, that was a really good.
Oh,
first
Elion
couple
egged on the
blows.
crowd. That's right.
Yeah, Elliot egged on the crowd for it.
And
Yeah.
I didn't understand why until...
His movement speed is 60.
Okay, that's what I thought. So I don't. Elion, how long does your charm last?
That's a good question. Hold on a second. It was, what did I use? I used the enthralling performance. The effect ends on a target after 1 hour, or if it takes any damage.
Okay, well, they haven't taken damage and it hasn't been an hour. So we're going to say it's the same buff. So it's going to be your movement speed is 60, your strength modifier, not the number. So like 20 doesn't become 40, but like your +2 would become +4, and dexterity also doubles. And your armor class goes up by 5. Is that what it was, Danny?
Armor class is 20.
Is 20. Okay. And it's worth noting that your hair begins to glow gray and your armor glows gray. And the energy around you begins to like stretch. Hadak, you're.
I think it is. Like that's the end of my turn. I can't do anything else. I can't.
What? Over 9,000? There's no way that can be right.
No, like can I use a spell after that or no?
It's an action.
Only if the spell is a bonus action.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think Cure Wounds is a bonus action.
No, I doubt it.
Daneth, I need to sell something on you. So you're all powered up and souped up, right?
Yeah.
And you chose your class and your race and all that. In this form, can we call you a Power Ranger?
Sure.
Ooh boy.
Just stand back there.
So which color am I?
Blue Ranger, perhaps?
Blue Ranger? Blue Power
No,
Ranger?
I think you're Green Ranger. Green Ranger. That's
Green Power Ranger? Green Ranger is the one I dressed up as a kid.
Wow.
It couldn't be more perfect.
We got Tommy Oliver.
Tommy!
Beat some ass right
Yo,
now.
Tommy's a badass.
All right,
Oh.
but I belay. I am sorry.
That's your turn, Hadak. So it may be time to fight fire with fire.
Wait. Is that the entirety of my turn?
No, that's Daneth's turn.
Yeah, I think just activating the brig that I don't have any bonus actions.
Hadak, it's your
Can
turn.
you run me back on like the buffs that you got again? Because
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know.
Damn it.
You wouldn't know.
That's
That's very. That's meta.
okay. I would not know. All right, that's fine. Wow. I'm going to look at you with a pretty disappointed look.
If you give in, you become one of them.
What do you mean give in? Give in to what?
You become what we have to destroy.
I think you're overthinking it, Hadak. This is what we need.
I mean,
In
so
order
like
to
Hadak being a half orc is like in like the heat of the moment. He's like riled up, and half orcs don't really listen or don't really reason much. So like he's gonna be spouting something.
Yeah, I'm just like starting to get like a crazy look. Like, oh my gosh, he's all in.
So Hadak, what's the play?
My play. Let's see. I'm gonna lay down my mace. I'm gonna lay down my mace. I'm gonna stick my right hand out. I'm gonna stick my right hand out.
Daneth,
Sticks your right hand?
how do you respond? The crowd is silent. There's every once in a while you're like, boo, but it's mostly silent.
Let's see. I'm not sure. Is this some kind of trick? I'll trust Hadak's not going to try and pull a fast one on me. It seems to be an honorable half orc. I reached my hand out as well. Shake.
Standing 30 feet away, by the way.
Well,
Hey, no. Hadak closed the distance. We're face to face.
oh, that's true. That's true. Even if not, Daneth could
just like
close
that
it in
image.
a millisecond.
I could use instant transmission to get there.
Take off your weighted clothes. And then you can.
My turtle shell on the back. Yeah. All right. Hadak. So I'm just like, I just hold his hand. Like I'm just like really puzzled. What's going on here? Is like, Hadak, you have anything to say?
I could see the power within you. I could see it flowing. You are indeed a Power Ranger.
All right, but anyways. Anyways.
Triceratops!
In regards to this match, it's not over. But you have indeed passed my test.
And I'm gonna let go of his hand.
Okay.
I'm gonna pick back up my mace.
Okay.
I'm gonna swing again.
Not even using your brink?
Not when I got a nat 20.
Okay.
Wow.
Not when I
All
get.
right.
Not when I get savage attacks. When you score a critical hit, roll one of the dice an additional time and add it to the extra damage. So,
All
so we
right.
get an additional.
So you're
plus,
tripling.
D6 to it.
You're tripling the dice.
It's an yeah. It's gonna be a 3d6 plus 3.
Okay. And you do hit because the armor class is 20.
Yeah.
Shakes hand. Doink.
That's the image I'm getting.
Idiot. Donk.
And I'm doing that for 12 damage.
All right.
And then we're gonna take a second swing with magical spiritual weapon, which I
As you hit him, the crowd goes wild again.
that is going to miss. That was like a 2.
Okay.
All right.
That is going to miss.
Very bold
survive
not
a little
activating.
bit.
Very bold not activating your brink, TBH.
I'm getting hold on, I got another bonus action. I want to do I mean
How many bonus actions do you have?
I'm clear. We got odds and ends. But I'm gonna use a healing word at my second spell slot. So we get an additional, I think it was additional D4 to it. Let me see what the stats with that.
Dave, did you get it? Sad. You tried to Mr. Miyagi it.
If I was Dan, if I had Dan's speed, I would have.
So that's a 2d4 plus 5. Hold on. Alright, I'm gonna heal 11 damage.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn.
All right, Jader, or pardon me, Daneth. I'm so sorry, Jader. I'm so sorry.
All right. Yeah, so I don't have any healing spells I could use as a bonus action. So, at least I don't think so.
This stream now sponsored by Honey Bunches of Oats.
All right. So I have to do something drastic. Like, all right. All right, Doc. So I'm not going to get away just yet. But I'm going to roll and, oh, dang. Does a...
So remember to double your strength modifier and your dex modifier, which means your bonus to attacking will go up accordingly.
Yep. Does a 17 hit?
No.
Yep. Okay. And then I'm going to attack again.
Multi-attack.
And what are you
Does
attacking
an 18
with?
hit. Bow. I only have the bow, one weapon, remember. Does an 18 hit.
Do ties win?
Yes.
Yeah, then you hit.
Okay, by the way, the bowstring is, like, at its absolute limit. Like, it is moments before snapping. And when you loose the arrow, it's like it really shoots.
I think
All
we
right.
decided last episode that like ties go to the roller, right?
Yes.
That's kind of the way.
Yeah,
it
that's the rationale that I'm going to move across the
Okay,
board.
yeah, then he hits.
That's
All
including,
right, and-
tied to the roller every time.
Yeah. That's going to be with the dex modifier, a 13. 13 hit, but I can't overpower the healing. It's too much. And then I need to get some distance, so I know this will incur a extra attack. But I'm gonna move 60 feet away, or however max it.
Yeah, you do
max up
incur
around
you do
that.
incur an attack of opportunity, but I'm gonna say due to your blinding speed, that it is an attack of opportunity with disadvantage. It makes sense to me that at the sheer speed you are moving away from Hadak, this is more difficult to hit. So Hadak, roll 2 and take the lesser.
So it's with a disadvantage?
Yeah.
Okay. First roll, 13. Second roll, yeah. Yeah, 8. Yeah. Oh, God, 8. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
hit. So you're 60 feet away, and Hadak, that arrow hurts. It doesn't feel like the previous ones. There's more strength behind it, or more dexterity, I guess. Hadak, it's your turn.
Doc is pissed. But okay. So it's a full 60 feet. Well, I can't go 60 feet. That's fine. But Doc is gonna get mad. He's gonna yell out, "Face me!" Witness. Anyways,
Witness! Witness!
so he's gonna charge forth the full 30 feet. And then he's going to extend his mace forward and cast Guiding Bolt as my evocation. A pretty high C bonus. Let me get some of that. 22. You say you got 20, right?
Yeah, that hits.
Yep. Yeah, that hits.
All right. So we got Guiding Bolt is a 4d6.
Duh?
For 15 damage.
And I'm dead.
Oh! Well, you're not dead.
Yeah, so that's -1 hit points.
Haddock says, "Face me," screams, runs 30 feet, pulls out his mace and points it at the guy. By this time, everybody's like, what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? And then just a bolt of energy comes out of the head of the mace and just, and the light disappears away from Daneth, and he just slumps to the ground, and people rise to their feet. People rise to their feet, and they're going nuts. There's like popcorn being thrown about. People are throwing flowers. People are, Haddock, Haddock, Haddock. And Bernard Claxton runs up to you, and he raises your hand high, and he says, "The winner of the tournament is Haddock!" Who wins, Haddock or Daneth? The answer is Haddock, which means Athenriel loses 84,000 points.
Can I run over to Daneth
Yeah, sure.
to check on him? Because I feel like our relationship
All right.
is...
No, kick him.
All right,
You know.
I won channel points. Let's go. Sorry.
Wait, did you bet on Haddock?
Yeah, I bet on Haddock. I seen that 64 damage. There's no way I was gonna be able to survive.
Were
that.
you rolling that at a higher level, Haddock?
No, it's a first level evocation. Under
It gets
20 feet
good.
range, 46 radiant damage.
It gets an extra d6 if you cast it at higher levels too. It's nuts for first level.
Wow.
Yeah,
I want to learn that spell.
that's nasty.
So you run over to Daneth, Jader.
I just want to. I
I'm
just
gonna
want
run
to check
over to
on him.
Daneth too. I mean, I'm sorry.
Jader, you actually can roll medicine.
Okay. All right.
That battle finished so fast, I had like fun stuff I was gonna do.
Oh no!
It's okay.
Oh no!
Oh,
Yeah, my level up hit point rolls have not been great.
That's 10. I rolled a 10.
Okay. He's doing okay. You think if you get him to that medicine guy, you can stabilize him.
Can I give him mouth to mouth? Let's take him to the medic guy.
Oh my god, the fanfic is coming true. Wait, guys, do you want to see what I wrote on this page?
I will carry him in my arms.
Oh my god, it's very
Dude.
Pietà. You're the Mother
Dude.
Mary carrying the baby Jesus.
To
or
the medic man.
crucified Jesus into the...
To the medic man.
Yeah,
I
you
will take-
you bring him in, and I'll change the music. You bring him into the fighter room,
I was like,
and you set him on the table, and the medicine guy is like, "It will be a moment, so please give me some space." And he begins casting various spells and doing various rituals. And Bernard, meanwhile, is with Haddock in the ring, and everybody's going wild. And he ushers you into the fighting room, Haddock. He says, "Congratulations. This is very exciting. You are the 65th annual Tournament of Fighters victor. So that's, good job. Your prize money will be awarded to you at due time, but if the lot of you would like to come to my office and discuss finer details of the adventure that I have planned for you, you've passed my test."
Your test?
Well, yes, I sort of wanted to see if you were worth your weight, and then after that you can do the job that I want you to do, and I think it'll suit your benefit, you'll see. And then after that, I'm happy to help you with this quest against the gods.
Are Elion and I in this conversation?
Yeah, we'll say that the two of you with expediency, after Daneth fell, in interest of your fallen friend and in interest of congratulating Haddock, have made your way to the fighter room.
When will we get to meet Gethsten? Was just curious.
Eventually. He's not here right now. He's actually on the job that I want to put you guys on.
I really
Which
look
one
up to
was
him.
Gethsten again?
What was that?
Who was that person again?
His name is Gethsten.
I wasn't there. I'm asking out of.
Oh. Gethsten is you wouldn't know about him probably, Fu, but
Right.
Jader really looks up to this guy.
Oh, okay, right.
And we haven't met him yet.
Okay.
So yeah, he says, would you like to convene in my office?
Yes.
Okay, everybody else being very quiet. And then he walks over to the medic and he's like, how soon can we get this guy up there? And the guy's like, honestly, he's out pretty bad. To give him full heal time, this is gonna take a little bit. And he's like, okay, well, I'll take the rest of you. And at that, it actually works out, because Fant has to leave us for the evening, unfortunately. So everybody say goodbye in the chat room to Fant. Fant has an obligation this evening, but be sure to follow Fant at twitch.tv/Fant_TV. Fant, you can do your little plug now if you want.
All right, sure. I'm Fance, and I do a lot of link to past randomizer, Ocarina of Time randomizer, which I need to go do right now, because I'm bad at scheduling things. And yeah, be sure to, if you want to see like weird runs, very very broken video games, head by my channel at some point. Been doing a lot of major glitches in like the past. It's wild. Let me tell you.
Sweet.
But yeah, best of luck to the rest of the party.
Awesome.
I'm going to recover.
Yes.
And be ready to go.
GG's, man.
Yeah,
GG's,
GG. Okay,
GG's.
excellent. We're going to throw to a very, very quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll have more Speedrunners and Dragons and more of the majority of the party and more secrets with Bernard Claxon in his office in just a few moments. Do not go away. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, gamers. We just had a little bathroom break, laundry break, food break, as well as I was busy resetting up the stream because when one person leaves, I have to like redo everything. But we're all good. We're all good. So welcome back to, I guess, the second quarter of the show. I hope everybody enjoyed the conclusion of the tournament. But we're actually going to jump to L now. We're going to jump to Elencia, and I had to be out of the house for the majority of today, so I wrote this at a park in my notebook. So, Fu, we're analog. You and me.
All right.
So, you basically, you walked into this cavern, and
After being carted by like a lake spirit Nessie.
yes, a celestial being of sorts.
Yeah.
And let me get you a fitting song here. Okay, that's fine. So the familiar face, Steven, right? And he said, as you came in, he's sort of smoking a cigarette that it looks like he probably rolled himself. And he says, where's everybody else?
Steven, nice to see you.
It's good to see you too.
She could just give him like a quick explanation of what
Sure.
happened.
Mhm.
'Cause, yeah.
And as you do, he says, okay, understandable. Well, at least one of you's here. I was planning on, like, leaving a message, but I didn't really figure out a way to, like, send information quickly. So, no phones. And I didn't find any of those. It's like sending stones, but, like, better in every way. Like, I can play Candy Crush. I don't, but, like, my mom likes it. Anyway, that's just one example of something that can be done. I'm rambling. But I decided to stay not only because of that, I could have just, like, written a piece of paper, I guess, and put it here. But when I got here, it sort of felt different and important, and I felt like somebody else should be here. I don't know exactly why, but that's just basically... I don't know. The energy in the room made me feel like others should be present.
Mm-hmm. Is there like on a side? Is there like a warm spot? Is like what's the situation like for seating?
It's 5 stone seats that are just barely off the ground, and he's just picked one at like if you're facing the end of the cave, and the end of the cave is right there. He's sort of at the like 7 o'clock direction seat, so to your left. And there are 4 open seats, 1 to his left and 3 to his right, and they're all pretty much the same.
Okay. I was like, if there's any warm pocket anywhere, that's where she would sit.
Yeah, unfortunately, since it's just a cave, it's kind of like, I don't know, dreary's not right, because, again, it is this warm brink feeling.
Right, and it's got the kind of the glow of the stones around, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, so she'll just find a spot, and take a seat, and be like, so... I think I feel the same energy, but how is it different for you?
I feel like it wants to show me something. It feels similar to the white flash that happened to me on the train before I was brought here. And also, I mean, you saw the thing outside that brought you here. I don't really know what that's about.
It's the spirit of the lake.
Great. Back home, we have religions, but I don't think anybody just, like, sees, like, a multi-eyed demon thing, like, come out of the water and offer them a lift. Usually it's more like go to church on Sunday. Anyway, great. Well, would you meditate with me?
Yeah, absolutely. If
Great.
you'd like to know more about the spirits, feel free to ask.
I don't know.
Grew up alongside them.
I've had enough people tell me to join this one or that one, But
It's
like
not
this
about
one,
joining.
okay,
let's meditate.
it's not about joining. See, that sounds like something they would say.
Yeah.
Anyway, and he closes his eyes and sort of just relaxes into a neutral position. And do you do the same?
She's gonna go, she'll kind of be like on all fours, almost like when a cat's like loafing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like a Sphinx kind
Sure,
of pose.
sure.
I think that would be good.
Yeah, whatever is comfortable for Elle.
Yeah, and the tail will kind of like wrap around her, almost like onto her back.
Okay. So,
Mhm.
as you begin to meditate, you know, your mind clears quickly. And very soon, you're not really thinking about much at all. And
Is the brink energy helping with that?
yes, it feels similar to when you meditated at the mound. It quickly pervades your mind. But here you're sort of thinking of nothing. And then all of a sudden, you don't open your eyes. Also, I've paused the music for myself if any gamers listening along want to pause the music for dramatic effect. You don't open your eyes physically, but you feel yourself, like some version of you, opening your eyes. And you look around, and you're in this, like, cosmic realm. And it's you and Steven are sort of floating weightlessly, and Steven's tie is, like, drifting up, and the you know, his suit is sort of waving.
Is my fur just kind of like...
Yeah, your fur's just sort of standing on end, and your hair is sort of, like, lifting up, right? And... let me see if I can get something interesting to listen
She doesn't
to.
really have like a full head of hair. It's mostly just fur. But yeah.
It's like standing up.
Yeah.
Let me get... Oh, where is it? Here we go. This is perfect. Okay. So, you're floating in this nothingness, and as you begin to look around you, obviously you see Steven, and then you just see shooting stars and twinkling lights in the distance and this very warm feeling. And then suddenly you begin to race forward. It's more like it's racing past you rather than you racing through it.
Okay. And Steven's like in the same, like, or
yeah,
parallel. Both.
Exactly.
Okay.
And suddenly it just stops. And it's not a jostle or anything. You just physically stop. And as you look out, there are these streaks of vibrant light, almost like aurora, like that are weaving in and around each other. And there is a central blue light emanating and pulsating from within all of these dancing lights. And Steven begins to lean forward and he moves towards it.
I'm going to do the same thing. I'm very curious.
Sure. So as the two of you sort of move close to this like blue emanating pulsating light, suddenly it... this galaxy, this cosmic realm expands around you. And now within the purple and green and blues and reds of dancing light, you see galaxies. You see, and obviously you've, never really seen anything like this. There's no telescopic technology.
Right.
But Steven is like in cosmic awe. And there are galaxies, and they're swirling and turning, and some of them are spiral, some of them have arms, and, they're all sort of floating and dancing about. And then...
I think the closest this reminds her is either, like, the sky reflecting in the water, like water moving.
Sure.
It'd be kind of a different experience.
And you definitely also, on really clear nights, you can kind of see your own galaxy, but you maybe never knew what that was, but you're sort of... It reminds you of that. You can see the sort of edges of your own galaxy on a clear night. And now that expands further, and some of the galaxies stay. And now you see this blue light in the center is a flame. It's this blue flame that is one color, blue, throughout. The flame is sort of shooting smaller blue flames out, and they're dancing around you and playing with your hair and like crawling up on you and looking around and then sort of flowing off and then dissipating. And it's very playful and very, very at ease. And then suddenly the galaxies, a few worlds start coming out of the galaxies and floating towards you. And now there's a few planets just sort of rotating around this blue flame. And you get the feeling that these aren't planets that are actually physically near each other, but they're here. and you see
Like, they're
your
all
own
connected.
you see your own world, which there's a lot of names for it. But the Liseptian Ocean is the largest continuous like groups of landmass on the planet. The rest of the planet is like archipelagos and like various poles and things like that, but largely unlivable. Explored, but largely unlivable. So these 4 countries are like the largest things. And so most people just refer to the planet as Liseptia. So that's the world, right? And near it, there is another world, and it's a beautiful bright blue with these amazing green hues and also these dancing lights. And like one half of the world is covered in darkness, which you assume it's nighttime there, but it's lit. There are almost veins, interconnected arteries of light traveling down the eastern coast of a country. And then even brighter lights further south. And Steven draws towards it. And he looks at you and he points at it.
How would I? So with recognizing like our own world, like I guess it would have to be close enough for me to see it from. Well, she wouldn't know it very well from above.
But you've seen maps
Yeah.
of the Liseptian Ocean, and since that's the most defining feature, when it sort of rotates to that point, you can see those 4 countries and sort of discern that that's probably what it is.
Be like, oh, this is where we live.
Exactly.
So he's pointing at
his world.
I think she's perceptive enough to
Oh,
say, is that your world?
And he says, "This is Earth. This is where I'm from." And it is exactly as you out of game recognize it. 2010s, 2020s Earth. And the blue flames begin to circle the big blue flame again, and then they flash out, and many of them try to travel to a bunch of these worlds. There's like tens of them, these planets. Those are just the 2 that you recognize. And a few of them make it, but there's hundreds of these little flames, and like 1 or 2 will make it to a planet maybe, and like 2 make it to Earth, but most of them that are trying to make it to Earth sputter out, or that are trying to make it to Earth in these other worlds sputter out and are almost feel like they're being stopped by something. But tons of them make it to your world, Liseptia. Tons of these flames are sort of coloring the surface. And then Liseptia begins to flow towards the blue flame. And as this happens, you see a lot of the spirits. You see the lake spirit that brought you here. You see the spirit of the forest that you freed. They're sort of dancing around you, like ethereal forms of them. And the planet centers on the flame. And as you move close, it seems almost like the flame is in Liseptia. And roll perception.
Okay. This is cool. I just get a lot of exposition done. This is great. 86. Okay. Oh, that was bad. 10.
Okay. And Steven comes and joins you. And as the 2 of you look in on Liseptia, the flame appears to be coming from Zethus. And I'll pull up the map for everybody really quick.
Yeah, I need to see that again. There's a lot of information.
The blue flame... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just trying to figure out, like... from the God's Well. Or from inside the God's Well, I see. Yeah, it's like a matter of, like, how much is Elle picking up on, like, right away. This is a lot.
And, the flame
so the flame is coming from Zethus.
It appears to be at least dormant there.
Okay.
And when it sends its little flames out, instead of traveling to another world, most of them are just plopping down on nearby countries, nearby islands. The ones that try to get to the other planets, the God's Wall, it feels like, is sucking them back. But it's not strong enough, maybe, to pull back the ones that are reaching Liseptia itself, because it's so close.
Interesting.
So, at this, Steven sort of is thinking, and then suddenly it all collapses. You're back into the room of the cave, and it's very jarring, and you're suddenly back within yourself, and you feel you almost left your body.
Right.
And Steven looks at you.
That was the brink, right?
I
That blue flame.
think so.
Yeah.
And then a blue flame erupts in the center on this like stone pedestal where your 5 seats are, and it splits into 7 pieces. And one of them enters Steven, and he sort of then faints. And then one comes at you, and you faint, but you're back up in like 5 seconds, and you feel that your brink has changed. And I'll be able to give you some info. But then the other 5 flames sort of wander over to you, and then
They're like, "Where are your friends?"
they look up at you, like you said. They don't have eyes or anything, but they sort of like look up at you, and then they burrow themselves into one of your pockets.
Oh, interesting.
And I'll send you your updated brink info in a little bit here. Also, there is a light reflecting off of my countertop.
Uh-huh.
Someone's trying to snipe you right now.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I've been trying to catch this dang fly in my window.
So yes, that is what happens in the cave. A lot of exposition, I know. Also, Dangerous and Danny have got to do literally nothing yet. But
It's okay. Yeah, it's just I don't know, it's just fun listening to that.
We've been chilling, enjoying the show.
Good, I'm glad.
I mean, I'm observing from both perspectives.
Is Steven staying down at this point? Oh yeah, we still have the bird.
Oh, that's right.
He's just vibing.
Yeah.
The bird does not see all the cosmic stuff. You just see the two of them start like pulsating.
Like in meditation.
And then suddenly they're back, and a lot has changed.
Yeah.
And
I have perspective of like the blue flamey things.
Yes, that you do see.
I'm sitting in an office.
Well, you probably
waiting.
don't really know what that is.
Elle, you can talk with Steven. He's up and at him, and he looks at you, and yeah, go ahead.
So kind of as another aside, like, can I take whatever I've seen, like whatever I can figure out? I'm trying not to get too meta with it based on my knowledge.
No, but I mean, essentially anything that you feel you could reasonably work out, your character probably too could work out.
Okay, that's what I think. Yeah.
She's not dumb.
Yeah, I agree, especially when it comes to like seeing like spiritual, metaphorical.
Yeah, because that's not really a thing that requires study. It's sort of empirical and natural.
Yeah. So, I think she'd love to have a conversation. Like, so this brink has been trying to enter worlds, but it seems like our gods are taking everything for themselves.
Yeah. I don't think... I get the feeling that the gods... I think there was a lot of understanding, or at least what we thought was understanding in the scholarly papers of before for Liseptia, that the gods were kind of like purveyors of the brink. But I don't think that's really the case at all.
Yeah.
I think they're just the first couple of people that got a huge dose of the brink. Right?
Yeah, it seems so. And now it feels like they're trying to keep anybody else from getting it. Like maybe
so.
they had... It seems like they could be the reason you're here.
I think the brink might have sent for me. That's sort of what I'm feeling. Like...
Interesting.
The brink, I guess, sends these flames. I don't know if that's actually how it works or if that's just visual metaphor that it's trying to give us. But it clearly sent something to Earth, and it reached me. And then I guess it used what it had, whatever the brink is, to bring me here to help with whatever is going on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm more afraid of the gods now than I ever was.
Well, it seems like they could be... it's hard to say.
I
They
think there's
keep being-
certainly something with the God's Wall or something with them. They are keeping the brink here. And I
Yes.
think it's pretty obvious that the offering process probably has something to do with this.
Right, the offering. Yeah, they're definitely trying to collect as much brink as they can for
Yes.
themselves.
Yes. But why?
Power.
I guess it might just be that simple.
I mean, we don't know otherwise.
Okay,
Um,
well, now we know too much.
This is probably gonna happen anyway. We're already being chased around, so.
Alright, well, we need to move fast, I feel like.
I agree. It looks like I have some brink friends with me to take back to my fellow team.
Yeah,
If this bird here can hear that.
it definitely does. And Elion, you hear that as you're sort of concurrently walking up the stairs to Bernard Claxon's office.
I'll need guidance on where to meet you all. So just fly me to the location when it's time. I will wait outside of the cave.
So Elion, you get all of this, and you can transmit like a bird message if you want.
I think the bird is just kind of vibing out, doing its own thing.
Word.
But you can tell that it's paying attention, right? So
Yeah, give
Okay.
me like a nod or something.
yeah, a little chirp.
Little chirp.
Something.
Steven says, okay, I'm gonna go to the next site. See if I can find out more, or maybe my brink will change again. Did your brink just change?
Yes. Did yours?
Yes. My rules have changed.
I feel the same, though I'm still figuring out exactly how.
Yeah, and I'll get that to you soon. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Steven.
He says, yeah, my conditions are different now. And I sense that they're harder to get. Anyway,
Do
see
you
how
think
that
you can
goes.
travel safely? You can always come with us.
I think I'll be all right. I'm
Okay.
gonna go to Adela's Peak in Dwome. That's my next location. That's the next high density brink area. So if I see you there, great. If not, after that, I'm moving on to wherever the winds take me, I guess. But
Leave us a note or this phone if you find
Yeah.
one.
You know, I've seen children pick up iPhones and be able to use them very quickly, but I think that's because tech is pretty ingratiated in like Gen Z and Gen Alpha culture. But I feel like you having no prior technological experience, it'd be more difficult for you to pick up, say, an iPhone or an Android and just be able to like immediately know what's going on. Like you don't know what email is or like what WhatsApp is. So like, or like you've never used inertial scrolling or like a keyboard on a physical phone or a keyboard at all, really. So no, I don't think I'm gonna do that.
Are you fluent in another language?
I speak a little Portuguese,
Okay.
but just a little. I took it for like it was a
Portuguese
credit.
Sounds very interesting.
Yeah, it was a credit at college, but just had to get a humanities credit some way.
So these words like email are Portuguese then?
No, that's English. Oh, English is common. Anyway, I'm gonna go. We should probably head out together to like one-stop shop with the spirit, so it doesn't have to do double duty.
Sure.
So he gets up and he begins to walk out the cave.
Sure. I mean, can she do like I want to glance around to see if there's anything else kind of like meaningful, useful. I don't know if there are any objects in here, like any kind of.
It really just looks like the crystals that line the walls are sort of just inlaid, and some of them protrude. They're all sort of flashing, but there's not really anything to pick up.
Okay. Just wanted to check before leaving because
Sure.
it seems like an important place.
Yes.
Yeah, we can walk out together, and then she can be like, "It's okay. You can trust the spirits if you ever come across any more."
Okay, great. And Steven
Yeah.
says, "All right, I'll keep that in consideration." And the spirit comes back up out of the water, and you get on its neck, and it travels below the surface again, and then comes back up, and it's suddenly midday. And
right.
it takes you to the edge of the western edge of the Ness Lake and lets you off. And then Steven is like, I don't know if you understand language, but can I go to the northern edge? Is that possible? I'd like to take the Dwome straight, and I feel like that's just going to save me some time. And it looks at him and nods and then turns back around, and he's like, all right, El, well, I'll be... And then it just, like, it takes him under while he's saying goodbye to you, and then it's gone. And now you're sort of left right where you got on. And we'll come back to you in a moment.
Sure. Yeah, she's gonna just, I don't know, just sunbathe in a little and, like, groom
Sweet.
herself.
You are a little tired from, like, a lot just happened.
Right.
Boys.
Good time. Cat nap.
Boys. Bernard Claxon brings you into his office.
On the way up there, by
yes.
the way,
Uh-huh.
obviously having kind of dialed in on the one side because
Sure.
it's like, well, I'm just walking, so I can focus on what's going on. But when it's all said and done, I kind of just, like, relay some of the information. I just say, just so you guys know, Elle's doing just fine, and I think she's got a little bit of a present for us when she finds us.
Is it candy?
Perhaps even better.
It's a very Varel thing to say.
Blue.
It sure is blue.
So Bernard brings you into his office in this, like, central building in Releron City. And along the way, people are, like, congratulating Jader and Hadak on wonderful performances. People ask for your autographs from the both of you. Jader seems to be eating it up. And Jader, there are a few people who talk with you in your native tongue, and I won't make you do that, and I won't make me do that. But it's very nice and heartwarming, and they're like, "Oh, you were amazing. Your fight, we were heartbroken to see our hometown boy lose, but you did great." And Hadak, lots of people are kind of frightened of you, but there are lots of orcs in Releron, so they're not, like, afraid of your appearance. You're just like, you decimated this man. And so, they're sort of asking for autographs timidly and things like that. Anyway, they bring you up into this office, and he sits on the opposite end of this desk, and he's laid out some chairs, and he says, "Please sit."
Okay,
Yeah, all set.
Can do.
I'll sit. Yeah.
And he says, I have received word about Daneth. Looks like he's probably going to be out for a couple days. You gave him quite a beating, Hadak, which is good for viewership, bad for the fact that I had a job for him, but, like, that's okay. So, look, I'm going to cut right to the brass tacks. I think that there is either some sort of godlike emissary or some kind of god spawn thing living in the jungle, and I think it's made home at Albrecht's Keep, which is a very old fortress used in the early days of Releron. We abandoned it hundreds of years ago. Like 100 years ago, actually. Well, it was more like 75. Look, it was several decades ago it was abandoned, and it's in the southeastern corner of the jungle, a very untamed area. That was when we were looking to expand across the whole continent, but that's not really our goal these days. We're kind of cool where we are. And it was led by this guy, Albrecht, really powerful commander, frightening man, but sort of he's a bookworm. He just kind of kept to himself and read a lot. Good commander, very cut and dry. But when he pulled out and all the guys left, I guess we left a seat for power to gather. And about 2 decades ago, we got rumblings that things were changing a little bit in the jungle, and within the last 5-10 years, things have really changed. Jader, I don't want to pry, but the local report about your brother's disappearance, and we can talk in private if you'd like, but I think it might be related.
You have news of my brother?
No. Should not have gotten your hopes up. I meant, like, could you tell me what happened?
I feel like this is information everybody could use that's here. So, when we were younger, we were playing in the jungle. Let me look up my age really quick.
Sure.
I was 12 and my brother was 7, and we ran into what we can assume was a goddess of the woods. And we played a game with her. She offered to play a game, and us being young and naive, we played. And she tricked us, and she took my younger brother, and I've not seen him since.
And he says,
That's about it.
Again, I am sorry. We sent out a search party as soon as we heard. Your family's very noble farmers, obviously, so we, great folk. So we sent a search party out, but, they found no trace of him or trace of any goddess, but I believe you. There is something in the jungle, and it is growing and festering there, in Albrecht's keep, no less. I think it's time to stamp it out. And I think this sort of aligns with your goals, because if this is a goddess, or a goddess's emissary, that's your thing, right? Is like getting rid of those guys?
Or at least stopping them from whatever's going to happen on the solstice.
Right. So you do this for me. I think it kind of, I scratch your back, you scratch my back, But also, I'll help you with the whole god fight thing after. And this might even make it easier if it's one less.
Well, I'm going regardless if there's any chance to see my brother again.
Of course.
I'll go alone if I have to.
How old are you now, Jader?
25.
Okay, so this was 13 years ago. And he says, so the task force is small. I don't think it's wise to send an army in. I feel like that just gives the gods a chance to get the upper hand on us. So I'm sending a small task force. It's you four, and I guess you could have some others if there's somebody. I heard there was another one with you at the front gates.
Yeah, she ran off into the woods.
Okay, well, assuming she's still alive, she can be a part of the team. Because if you're friends with her, she's probably tough shit. You guys are crazy. Yeah, okay. So also, I've got a team member that I'm providing. She's really good. And very strong. Kind of few words, this one, but that's good for a team, right? He's like, Liza! And this woman comes forth, and she has a long braid, and she's very stern looking, and she is an elf. So she's got pointy ears, very long braided brown hair. She's very pretty, but very stern. And she's wearing like a very rangery outfit. And she's got a bow. She sort of waves at you silently.
What was her name again?
Liza. And Bernard says, she's local. She's from one of the surrounding towns, so I trust her. She sort of rose through the ranks very quickly, very recently, just absolutely crushing our captain tests and our colonel tests, commander tests. I mean, like, really top-notch. So I'm hopeful that she'll be helpful on this. She also seems to, like, really hate the gods, so that's really good for this mission. But again, she doesn't really speak much. And then, of course, Getzten is waiting at Albrecht's Keep. I sent him 3 days ago. He's kind of like a solo guy, so I figured he could get there on his own. He'll be a part of the task force too, and that's it.
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
How will we know how to get there?
Liza will be able to help, but, it's truthfully not that hard. You just go, like, all the way south, and then just, like, turn left, and then just go, like, all the way east. It's at the, like, bottom right corner. You can't miss it. There's tons of stone outcroppings just before it.
I hope Getzten leaves some action for us. Did you guys know he killed a god? He's kind of a big deal.
I think you've said that quite a few times now.
I kind of look up to him. Did you know that?
You talk about him in your sleep, you know.
Really? Kind of, yeah. Okay.
Getzten is sort of trying to dissolve the tension. He's like, Getzten is the only known mortal person to ever have killed a god. That's true. Pretty cool guy. He's aging, but he hasn't lost his edge. Anyway, if you guys want to be off, I'll pay Haddock and get you guys out of here.
Sounds good to me.
What would be the reward for winning the Tournament of Fighters? I'm gonna say 100 gold pieces. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it 100 gold pieces. I've said it.
Haddock's balling right now.
I've
That's
said
some
it.
gold.
And nothing for second place. Screw 'em.
Danon's just dead, like gets nothing.
Dead and poor.
The two worst things to be.
I don't know. Being in bed is pretty good. I like sleeping. I don't think it's that, but I guess unconscious is less than optimal.
On the way out, I turn back and ask, can we take a boat across the lake? It's a long way around, isn't it?
Oh, that's actually not a bad idea. I didn't think of that. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Yeah, that's fine. I'll arrange for that, sure.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. I've got to reevaluate some stuff about me, maybe. Don't know why I didn't think of that. And he leans out the window. I said the window because I'm fucking stuck in the accent. He pushes the window open and he leans down. He's just like, "Okay, they're gonna take a boat, you guys." And you hear some Relleronian chatter back and forth between them. You're like, "Yeah, eine boat, eine Wasservessel." Yeah, for expediency's sake, we'll stuck my mod in the chat is German, so that's probably not great. But yes, you sort of make it to the waterfront, which is on the edge of the city, and Ness Lake is gorgeous, still beautiful, and Elion, the L is sort of waking up, and yeah, L is sort of ready for direction probably at this point, I would say.
She's used Speak with Animals, right?
It's probably out by now, but she could use it again.
It's out. I can use it again if needed. Well, I told the bird I was like, fly in the direction for me to go, and I'll follow. That was what I had said, so you can always just do that.
Sure. Then I guess at this point, the bird just flies up and sees if maybe it can see where everybody's coming from. Because obviously I have collective knowledge of everything, so...
Right. Also, it's beginning to be a little taxing for you. Not like crazy, but you can just sense that like it does get overbearing after a while to hold it for this long.
For sure.
So you said dead and broke? I thought you said bed and broke. See, this is where the confusion was. Anyway, the bird sort of flies up, and looking to its right is, vast jungle. You do see it's really far. But, and to the left, you can sort of just see the tops of Relleron City. And then the lot of you get into this sort of rowboat. And it just fits all of you and Liza. And Lysa begins to row and beckons for one of you also to row. It's a two thing. 2x2.
I guess I'm doing it.
All right.
Is this a group thing?
This is a group. Well, it's a 2 thing.
I ask Haddock, do you have the sending stone so we can ask for Inverse Oasis maybe?
Oh yeah, let me just here you go.
What was his name?
Arello.
Arello.
One day, someone in the party will remember his name.
I remember.
Let's
I've
go,
got
Phil.
so many names written down on so many different. It sounds like Eurelian.
It is a lot. It's a lot of names, yeah.
Eurelian is a god. That's a different god.
Yeah. I know. I just get confused between the two. Anyway, I yell into the stone, just like unmodulated volume. I'm not sure how loud to be.
Sure.
Arello!
Yeah, what's up?
Do you have your brink?
What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, yeah, like on me? Yes. Wait, what? What kind
Like,
of question
can you
is that?
use it again?
Right now?
Yeah. Do you want to help us get across the NS Lake so we don't have to paddle?
I'm on the west. I can't just send it. I'm in the mid. I'm on. No. Goodbye.
Dad.
And as you row across the Endness Lake, the bird, catches glimpse of you guys after like an hour of rowing. You're over halfway, and the bird sees that, and also next to L, there are still littler rowboats that were at this little dock that was parted when she got there before.
Yeah, so I suppose it's just going to kind of fly to get Elle's attention to look across the lake to catch them, I guess.
Too big stretch.
Yeah.
I was like bad at it for a second. I'm half awake.
Sure.
I'm like, oh, sorry. Oh,
Her
okay.
little chirp.
It like squawks.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
By the way, all of
give
you,
her a little chirp?
long rest for everybody, by the way. Just if you didn't have full everything, you have full everything. I know people probably sometimes when they watch the show are like, adef just like gives people long rest and short rest. I'm like, yeah, because like I find it very boring if it's like, okay, everybody, now let's make some sleeping arrangements. So let's just like keep the ball rolling, you know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway.
While we're in the boat, I'm trying to do an experiment with my brink. So I quietly, it's bright out. It's daytime.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I quietly whisper "Liberation of Shadow" under my breath.
Okay.
And I detach my shadow from the boat, so it's like crawling along the base of the boat, and I have it go out and into the water. And I'm not sure if my shadow is going to be on the surface of the water or just go all the way down.
That's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
Shadows can certainly be on the surface of water. That is definitely...
They refract into it too, right?
Yes. See, that's the problem, is that the light is going to bend when it hits a different index of refraction. I think for simplicity's sake, for the brink itself, I'm going to say that it can travel on atop the water.
Okay.
Because otherwise it would be like sort of just beneath the surface and sort of just on top. The other reality is perhaps it goes instantly right to as far down as the light goes, which is useless. And I think it's cool if it can travel across the water, and it's not that far out the realm of possibility for your brink, I think. So we'll say that's what happens.
Okay. I'm satisfied in the result of my experiment. I recall it.
Okay. Also, we may have to take a break in a bit so I can send all of you what your new brinks do. Because I didn't really take care of that.
Assuming we meet up with them, with Elencia, right?
Yes, yeah. But I'm assuming that will take place.
Yeah.
So the bird, sort of hovers around where they're going, L, so you just see them in the middle of the lake.
Sure. And then there's a rowboat near her.
Mm-hmm.
So she can get in and start paddling.
Okay. Water splashes up every once in a while, and it's really unpleasant.
Yeah. Like, oh. She have like a blanket she can just...
Yeah, like in your adventure pack, maybe just like wrap it around yourself.
I'll just like flip the water away.
So you paddle out and
stop every 5 minutes and try to groom it off of your like arm. She's like,
you guys after a bit you see Elle in her little rowboat, and yeah, you see her.
The bird kind of comes back, and I dispel it to kind of release the pressure that's
sure. And your left eye you can now see. You have spatial reasoning again.
Thank goodness.
Wonder if he almost like fell off the boat trying to get in.
All right.
So yeah, what's the plan of attack for these two boats?
She'll ditch and jump on if they kind of wait for her for a minute.
Do we have room? I can't remember.
Yeah, you could fit another person.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for.
Let's wait.
Since I'm rowing, I'm gonna look to my rowing partner to kind of like slow down because that's my friend, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
She slows, and Elle, you're able to catch up to the side and board with ease.
I'm very careful. Like,
why isn't Hadak or
weight on my balance, and then I'm just gonna like jump, and I'll probably land on Hadak's
and
shoulder.
the boat flips from under you, the one that you jumped off of, and capsizes.
I'm like, all my fur's up on end, and I'm like on Hadak's shoulder, like, oh god.
The water.
Also, I love that Hadak and Liza, the two people that like talk the least, are the rowing team.
Match made in heaven, man. I sense some romance brewing.
And El, the moment that you latch on, you feel a rustling in your pocket, and then
Yes.
these
Like,
five
do
flames
I
come
have a
out
moment?
instantly.
I have a moment to be like,
You have 1
everyone
second.
relax
You
for
can
a
say like 1 second's worth of things.
yeah.
I'll let you think of what it is you want to say before you say it.
Like, everyone hold on.
And the 5 flames burst out of your pocket, and one of them looks around and then goes back in. And then the other 4...
It's like, oh man.
And it hits Haddock and Jader and Varel and, I almost said Gouger again, bro. Elion, and you knock out for a second, and Liza's looking around.
Did we falling out of the boat? Do we need to catch anybody?
Everybody's okay.
Okay.
And then you all come to, and your brinks feel like they're steadily changing.
How did you get the flames from my dream?
What was
That's
that?
what I saw back at the beginning.
Okay, so while I was away, I wanted to be useful, so I found the cave that had the brink energy, and I saw Steven. It's our best friend. We went through like we did a meditation, and it was very, very enlightening.
There was also a very interesting jungle creature.
The what?
There was also a very interesting jungle creature.
Oh yes, yeah, that was the spirit of the lake.
It was very inspiring.
Yes, it's beautiful. I guess she'll try to give like a summary of what happened in the meditation, just to explain the blue flames, the planets.
Mm-hmm.
She won't have a lot of names for things because
Sure.
again, she doesn't have a lot of
Sure.
like kind of astronomy knowledge. I mean, aside from knowing that there are stars, she's like, what I think may have been stars, they
Right.
were all around. Planets, there's like blue flames, and saying that like there's our land, tons of blue flames, and Steven pointed to his, and she'll kind of be going over all of that, and how it seems like the gods are trying to take it all for themselves. And then we got more flames within us, just like you all experience now. This is very alive. Like they're trying to help us, like strengthen us, perhaps to take down these gods who try to steal the brink. And Steven mentioned something about email. I don't know what that was. I think he was.
I think
speaking-
that's Portuguese.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Wait,
Wow.
wait. You're telling me the spirit of the lake is real?
Yeah.
Like, we
Of
grew
course.
up hearing legends of this thing. Like, fishermen would always say they saw it. We never believed them. It's real?
So yeah, and she can go in a little backstory as well about growing up. So Elle grew up with the spirits, and that's kind of like a lot of what her education came from. Her like pack was not always around. But yeah, like there's the spirit of the spirit of the woods, which I'm sure he loves to hear about, and the spirit of the lake. Like we learned about various spirits that I was able to
So the
Grow up with-
brink would go to everyone if not for the gods taking it.
I'm not exactly sure. It seems to want to split and visit many different lands. Though a lot of what could be is being sucked back into the gods.
So maybe those of us who are brink sensitive are just whoever the gods missed.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to bring in all that energy to the point where like maybe this brink is not making it into the gods' land and instead spreading amongst us. Because they can't get it all for themselves fast enough. It's hard to say. Like the vision I saw did not communicate but so much.
Well, maybe if we stop the gods, then more people can have the brink for themselves. And then when everybody's super, nobody is.
Okay, Syndrome.
Steven seems to think that that the gods may, right? It's Steven who said about the gods like maybe they're not gods, maybe they're just the first people with it, or was that just you talking to me?
No, that's something he said.
Okay, yeah. So she
Just
can
like
relay
a
that.
theory that Steven has.
Yeah, like his theory is that they're not truly gods. They're just people who absorb as much brink as they can, which is bad. Mino-like. It was a lot.
And as you're having this conversation, you begin to approach the coast. You're at the... I'm going to pull up the map really quick for you guys. You're at the southeastern enclave, sort of the in Ness Lake. And, you know, as you get out, this is sort of the area where Elencia is from. Elencia lived largely in this sort of southeastern quarter, with these like fae and spirits and like very sprite-like spirit kin. And so, Elle, you'll obviously know this area quite well, though it does look different as you experienced.
Right.
But yeah, you reach the end, and what's the sitting order in the boat, by the way? I know Liza is in the back, and Haddock is in the middle, but what's sort of the...
Can I be full George Washington standing on the front?
The Delaware, yeah.
Looking at, yes.
I'm probably near Haddock because he's probably the biggest that could keep water from getting on me.
Sure.
Also, she's just essentially trusted Haddock probably the most for no reason.
Right.
Elion are probably just in between Haddock and Jader.
Great. So let's have Elion roll perception, please.
Sure. I kind of picture Elion would be like sitting on like the edge of the boat with his guitar out, just kind of like biding the time.
Sure. I mean, it's like a 2 or 3 hours, you know, and that's generously short, paddle to this place, because it's a huge lake.
Yeah. 16.
During this conversation that was largely between Veril and Elle, you know, you're sort of here just strumming away, looking around, and Liza obviously did not speak. It's not, you know, she has nothing to add, it seems, because you guys are all a lot, and you seem to know each other quite well, and Elle's got a lot of pertinent information, and Veril a lot of questions.
I probably need to ask who she is, by the way. While rowing. Like, who is that?
Absolutely. But she, like, during the Brink conversation, she seems like, and only you really notice this, and it's only just barely, she seems like she's, like, trying not to be interested in the conversation.
Okay.
And that's, you know, sort of the what you got there.
Take of that.
And it's not enough of an inkling to, like, really think something. It's just, like, a small inclination.
Gotcha.
Sorry. I have to respond to this text. I apologize.
Did you want to break and send us the Brink info, or?
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. So, if you gamers wouldn't mind manning the fort, I'm gonna go write some stuff and also use the restroom, because I haven't had a break yet. So I'm gonna do those things, and get you this Brink info ASAP. So hold the fort, man the fort, good luck. I will be right back in like 2 minutes.
Okay, who's counting? Start a timer.
I started the timer at the moment he said it.
Perfect.
So this is twitch.tv/adef, but
Yes.
he's not here, so it could really be any stream, really. Doesn't matter.
If you leave a message after the beep, one of us will relay it. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. But no, this
make
is
sure to
also...
check out
Yeah, go
check out all the hotfix shows on twitch.tv/GDQ or Games Done Quick if you're on mobile. I don't know, it doesn't always work on mobile. The shortcut.
Yeah, we got 3 showrunners on this Speedrunners and Dragons roster, and we have a whole bunch of participants. Danny, I need to get you in on one of mine, but Dangerous has been a previous one. Fant and DGR Dave was last Friday's participants, and
So
everyone
fun.
loved it. It was an explosive show. Definitely gotta check that out.
Yeah, last night Adef was on for the 100th episode of Community Spotlight, and he did an Ocarina of Time puzzle that I made, and that was a whole lot of fun.
That was amazing. That
Wait, so can you wait? What was it?
So he asked me to make him a custom challenge for Ocarina of Time that he could run in about an hour and a half. Something that he didn't know beforehand. He would just, have you ever seen OOT bingos?
Yeah.
So like in that vein, but he wanted it to be like a little more challenging and not something that he had to like choose the goal. Like it would be presented to him. Like this is what you have to do. Not allowed to do these things, but you have to do this, right? Okay. And so it was really fun. He figured it out mostly with almost no help, and it was a lot of fun. It was a good time. You should check out the VOD.
Yeah, I definitely will.
Cool. Nice.
The arrows, yeah, he solved the whole thing mostly, and then got to the very end. The final goal was to shoot a light arrow at the water trial barrier in Ganon's castle, and he got there with everything he needed, except for any arrows whatsoever. And that's actually kind of a hard thing to get in Ganon's castle. So he spent like 8 minutes just trying to find any arrows anywhere.
Like he had a bow, but just like
he had a bow, he had light arrows, he had magic, he had
like
everything he needed except any arrows.
the actual arrows. Wow.
Yeah,
That's so funny.
Dang.
he had to backtrack so much. Then he started to do some ledge clipping. Oh my lord! Like, I think my favorite part about that whole challenge is that like, I viewed Ocarina of Time as like just like pure speed running, but like you could just have your fun with like just learning glitches and glitch hunting in that game.
It's a sandbox, man. It's a sandbox for real.
We're not talking about you. Okay, we were talking about you.
Roll persuasion.
GG on like Danny's like puzzle crafting and your problem solving. Like,
You're muted.
dang.
I always do that, dude. I said GG to Bobby, and then I was thanking Danny on the puzzle. So sick. I was like, I want to do something challenge related with OOT, but I don't want to know what it is. I'll go to Danny.
Perfect.
It was a good time.
Okay, so here's my plan. Brinks, just to give you a little meta information, will level up in stages, and some people's will appear to increase more drastically than others more quickly. That's only because some of your Brinks, like, in the way I've designed it, can only level up in certain ways. So, like, all of you, your Brinks will change drastically over time, some of you earlier than others. So if you have one that levels up, like, you feel like it's a crazy level up right away, your Brink will probably then, for the rest of the campaign, just so you know, just get buffs. But, you know, we'll see. So I think how I kind
of... are already pretty wild.
Yes. So what I think I'm going to do for this is really quick. I'm going to have all of you deafen except for one person, one by one, and I'm just going to speak the information to you. So chat also gets it. But also one thing, Elion, obviously, if you've already learned someone's Brink, you must do it again if you want to learn more information. Cool?
Understood. Yeah.
Great.
Spoilers up.
Oh, wait. I guess, well, it's pretty obvious what your Brink does, I feel like. Okay, so let's start with Bobby. So if everyone else could deafen really quick.
Aw.
It'll go Bobby, Dangers, Danny, Dave, Fu. That's the order of Discord in my window. Okay, so Bobby.
Yeah.
There is a plan for your Brink long term that I think is really sick. But I think right now we're just gonna increase the effectiveness. So instead of half damage, let's make it 3/4.
Okay.
So the explosion is now 3/4 of the total damage. And let's increase the radius to 15 feet.
Okay. And still 5-turn maximum.
Yes.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
There is something special coming for yours later. It's just
like
too
it, I like it.
overpowered to have right now. Cool.
Cool.
Okay, deafen up and we'll take dangers. Dangers. Yes. Nice job.
I saw you mouth dangers.
Yes.
So I was like, okay.
Okay, your brink is no longer a songbird.
Oh,
It is now a pigeon.
cute.
And let me find you really quick. So it's a pigeon now, and its movement speed is all the same, and its core functionality is the same. It lands on the target, learns the brink, comes back to you, and gives it to you. And it can still do the other things you haven't shown yet, like the like super special ability thing. Great. There is also a game plan for yours later, but it's just a little too OP to have right now. So
Fair.
I think what I'm gonna do is let me think about this for like 20 seconds.
Sure.
Okay. When it lands on someone, and learns their brink, okay. Whilst it is on someone, that person cannot use their brink.
Okay.
Now, obviously, the drawback being that it could be easily decimated by pretty much any attack.
That's a good point. Yep.
What's its HP currently?
10, I think.
Let's make it 12.
Sure.
Great. Cool. Great. All right, Danny. Hello. Okay, Danny. I feel like I've said this to everybody by now, but there's a plan for yours.
Okay.
I will say the first thing is that your shadow now begins to resemble you more. It like has more defined features.
Is it 2-dimensional still? Or
Yes.
is it coming off the
No,
ground?
it's
Okay.
2D.
Okay.
And I kind of want, because you designed the mechanics of yours, I kind of want to leave the buffing to you. My limitations are, right now you're just getting like a power buff, essentially.
Okay.
So I think like maybe the key points it has go up, or the attacks it has become stronger, that sort of thing.
Okay.
I kind of trust you to just make it reasonable, based
Sure.
on the discussions that we've had, but use the following moments to sort of decide that. And you can run it by me if you want to. But
Okay.
I trust you on this. But basically for right now, it's just getting more powerful.
Okay. So you might know that it has 3 different things it can do.
Mm-hmm.
Am I allowed to add another one? Or should we just stick to increasing the effectiveness of
I
things
think
that exist?
just right now increase the effectiveness of what exists. Because I
Okay.
have something to give you later.
Gotcha. Okay.
Cool.
Cool. Yep.
Cool. Work on that while I talk to the others. Excellent. Dave. Yes.
Hi.
Okay. Danny, you're also deafened? Nope, just
One
muted. I knew it. Okay, Dave. Hello.
Yes. Hi.
Excavate.
Yes.
So, we are going to increase the maximum of some things.
Okay.
So, let's increase the maximum radius you can make to 6.
Okay.
And let's increase the depth to 12.
Okay.
And we're going to take the 1d4 on the damage and make it 1d6.
Okay.
And that's all it's getting right now.
Okay.
But you sort of feel like you're starting to get an inclination of what happens to the things you excavate. You don't know what it is yet, but you feel like you're starting to learn that information.
Cool.
Okay. Fu! 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 Kung Fu Fruit Crop! Kung Fu Fruit Crop! Yes.
I've been looking up. I'm just like waiting to see the definitions come up.
Okay. Your brink is getting an upgrade, baby. You may now transfer your brink to objects you scratch. So basically how this works is, as a bonus action on your turn, you can scratch an object, but you have to use the object that turn, to, like, have the ability. So if you want to shoot a bow and steal the energy, you have to scratch it that turn, and it only lasts one turn. Does that make sense? Like, you can't scratch your blade and it's forever imbued with the ability.
Right, yeah, but then if I use it, then it'll still transfer to me.
Yeah, in that attack you just did.
And then would I have to do another one? Can I transfer it to somebody else now that way?
You can give, like, you could run up to somebody else and scratch their sword, and their sword for their next turn would give you health. Does that make sense?
Oh, like their object. So it wouldn't take it from them. It would take it from whoever they injure.
So if you scratch the tip of an arrow and then you shoot the arrow into someone, it does the same thing as your brink, but remotely. Make sense?
Cool. Yeah. Okay.
Like, it's the exact same as your brink, but you can imbue it into other objects. But that is a bonus action, and it only works for the one turn following.
Right. Can I heal people that way yet? Or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
1 second. I'm gonna give you a little bit more.
Sure.
So it lasts 5 turns, right, in its current state. The brink itself, like, when you activate the brink, it's active for 5 turns, and you know, whenever you scratch something for the following 5 turns, you would get the benefits. That still applies. But we're gonna say, you know what? Actually, let's. It's still only twice per long rest, but let's make it 6 turns.
6 turns. Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Great. Okay, everybody, come on back. Come on back now.
No stronger yet, right?
Correct.
Oh.
Just what we discussed.
Okay.
Okay, everybody's got their info. Please tell me you wrote that down, because I have some of that stuff, but the finer details I just improv just now. So I am hopeful that you wrote that down and can send it to me after the episode. Sweet. Everybody cool?
Oh yeah.
Great. I hope that was somewhat interesting to watch for the viewers. That's kind of a behind the scenes of, like, what it looks like when we have one-on-one meetings. It's just, like, discussion between me and the player. All right, so you make it to the edge of this lake, and you all start sort of piling out. Danny, I'll check your DM in just a second here.
Yep.
Yeah, I have a question as well, actually.
Yeah, hit me up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine, Danny. That's fine. It's not going to get any more than that, though.
Yeah, sure.
Like, that's the top.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Top of what?
The Empire State Building. So yeah, Fu, hit me up and I'll answer it as ambiguously as I can. So you get to the edge of this lake and you all start piling out, and Liza sort of ties the boat to a tree. Then Elle, they sort of look to you and Liza for direction. And at this point, we'll say that they've probably informed you who this woman is and what the task at hand is.
Cool.
So we're looking for Albrecht's Keep, and you do know where it is. You've never been inside, but you've been there.
Right. Yeah, sure. Elle's not really gonna ask about the tournament. She doesn't want to know.
Fu,
she meant to ask, where's Stannis?
He's dead. Just kidding.
Whoa, whoa!
Why do you ask
Haddock killed him.
He's resting. We'll see when we get back.
Okay.
Would you say he's resting in peace?
You!
I assume he'll be okay since you're joking about it.
We're not sure, but
He's in good hands.
Yeah,
Okay.
He's very capable hands.
Fu, I'm gonna say really quick to answer your question. It is a bonus action, but you can only do it once per turn.
Okay.
But
Okay.
you could still use, like, let's say you were able to attack twice. I don't know
Yeah.
if you have a multi-attack, but you might at this level.
Yeah.
So you could imbue your brink as a bonus action onto the thing, right? And then you could do your normal brink attack and the attack with that weapon. That makes sense?
No, I didn't understand it.
All right, everybody except for Fu deafen really quick, and I can solve this very fast.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so I'll just
So I
give you
can-
an example of a turn. So let's say it's your turn, and you can use your bonus action to imbue one object per turn with the brink. So let's say you choose an arrowhead.
Uh-huh.
So that arrow is now imbued with the brink. Great. Now, if you can attack twice in your turn, you could shoot the arrow. That activates the brink, and you get the energy if it hits. Then you could also scratch someone, and also use that, because that's part of your brink too.
Okay, because that would be directly with me, but I'd have
Right,
to
because
like.
that's another attack.
But I'd have to directly attack them myself.
Yes,
For the
yeah.
second one.
So you
because
could imbue it
like-
into like a sword and like, slash with
Oh.
the sword or something like that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
like if there were an enemy near you and far away or something, I'm just saying that is a possibility.
Okay, here's a cat with a sweater, by the way.
All right, all good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, everybody come back.
Cool. Thanks. Hi. This is a pathetic cat with a sweater because he has flea medication on. We don't want him to ingest it.
Dangers. Dangers.
Wait till you guys see
There
my
it is.
new and improved brink. You're not gonna believe it.
And just a
Not
bigger
gonna-
hole.
Can get deeper
Yeah.
and wider.
Mama.
Whoa.
It's actually exactly what it does.
It's very.
It looks like-
It is mind blowing. I can go a full foot wider.
Look,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh my God.
Dave,
I'm
what I
kidding.
have planned for you is like legit
I'm-
gonna blow your mind.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm totally joking.
I felt it was okay to reveal that, yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Literally nothing has changed.
Yes, cat with a sweater, adorbs. So let's get moving. We've got like an hour left in our typical run time, and I think we can finish in that time, but we gotta pick it up now. Liza starts walking east and looks to the rest of you.
Elle will probably follow suit. Like she'll be like, I know the way. Liza, it seems you do as well.
She's like,
Have you ever been here before, Liza? That's comforting.
Really not one with words, are you?
Oh, I like her.
and
Okay, if you're all ready, shall we?
So you begin this march forth, and Liza and Elle sort of are leading the way, and they both find themselves agreeing on the path. And Elle, you see little scratch marks you've made in trees prior, as sort of like waypoints.
Put a paw up every once in a while, be like, takes me back.
Yeah, exactly. And now all of you are sort of finding, and Jader, you obviously have some experience with the jungle, not to the extent that Elle does, but it does feel different. Now, you probably didn't like to come here very much, I would guess, after the events, but, the energy around the forest is just like, around the jungle is just different.
I'm kind of hopeful though. I'm hoping. Yeah, I know it's a long shot to see my brother again, but inside I'm hopeful.
Sure.
He's not vocalizing any of this, so Elle wouldn't know, right?
Yeah, probably not.
Okay.
Obviously, that's up to Jader, but I assume not.
Right.
Yeah, I forgot I explained it to
the guys, but yeah, she just wasn't
Yes.
around.
I mean, I can disclose that on our way what happened as we're walking.
Sure. So Jader sort of tells you the story of his brother being lost to the goddess, or what they assume was a goddess.
There are many spirits and fae around the woods, around the jungle, but most of whom I've had good relationships with, so there must have been an instance where maybe you found someone who had a bad day. Regardless, I'm sorry that happened, and that's not the way that I know them, so
Thank you.
yeah. Hopefully we can find something. If we find any spirits, I can ask.
And as you trudge forward, you don't really come into any resistance. You do see some, like, you remember those blights that you fought in the Salstroke Forest, those like vine creatures and stick creatures? You do see some carcasses of those just like slashed in half.
Great.
Sheesh.
As you get closer to Albrecht's Keep. And I'm going to change the music.
Do you want to do, like, is there anything special I could listen out for?
Yeah, you begin, when you get, like, what you assume is maybe 200 or 300 feet away from the keep, and you can sort of see some, like, stone, like, cobblestone pillars peeking out of the jungle now, which you recognize. They're very mossy. You feel you're getting quite close, and you hear a crackling fire. Dusk is beginning to fall as the sun is sort of starting to set. And as you walk through the jungle, you're seeing more of these, like, creatures that have been destroyed. And they're getting denser. You know, instead of one every 10 minutes, now there's, like, 2 every 5 minutes. And the fire sound and light begins... It sounds like a campfire begins to crackle louder in your ears. And Fu, you smell the whiff of embers and burning wood.
But it doesn't sound dangerous.
No.
Okay.
Just like a campfire.
Okay.
And you get to this clearing, and there's this outcropping of trees that is been removed years prior. And there's dense foliage and thickets and everything, but those, you sense, grew in after this building was built. But now you see in full glory this old keep. It is... well, I can show you the facade. I drew it on pen and paper today.
Pathetic boy.
I was just about to say that I'm like really envious of the fact that your cat just wants to lie on you like that. If I pick up mine, I'd lose my eyeballs. So.
Well, he's used to being picked up and carried around and stuff, and we even stretch him while we pick him up. But this, like, his laziness right now is all the sweater, because he just is like this limp, sad, useless cat. Okay.
How do I get you to focus more? It's not a great drawing, and it's not really focusing great. But
Could you have drawn it any smaller for us?
no. It was mostly for me. I drew it for me. I didn't know I was going to show it to you till just about right now. I drew it for me. Also, the thrill, welcome back for 15 months. Good God, thank you.
Yeah, no, he wants to get
Yeah, what is this? A cathedral for ants?
There's like a palm. There's like a palm tree, or like a jungle tree right here, and then there's sort of these ramparts over here and over here. This one's kind of in ruin. This is just the facade, and then a big gate right here, and this sort of central thing peeking out the top that looks almost like a knight's helm.
Can we see that campfire?
Yes, directly in front of the keep is a rumbling campfire. And there is a large figure sitting in front of it, a sword planted in the ground next to him, and he's leaning on his knees like this.
I tap Jader, and I say, "Is that the guy?"
I don't know. I haven't seen my brother in 13 years.
No, I mean the guy that you talk about in your sleep.
Oh! Yeah, I think it is.
And at that, at Jader's boyish excitement, this man turns around, and I have a description of him. Give me a moment, please.
He's a stud. That's all you gotta say.
I mean, he's just this huge human man, and he's got a graying beard, and he wears sort of an old knight's helmet, but it's currently resting on his sword. And he's not like huge or anything, but he's big, and he's got kept, sort of crew cut hair that's also graying, but it's dark hair. And he has blue eyes, and he turns at you, and he says, so you're the help?
Are you the guy that slew all of the blights?
Oh yeah, that was unpleasant, not really fun to kill.
I'm just like, I can't even talk. I'm just in awe right now. Just like,
Jader, it's you may have heard rumblings about this guy, but not to the same extent. Like, it's really in the cities and in the towns where this guy is like praised and spoken about.
Right. I'm just not sure if he was like somebody that would contribute to something I don't like, or just somebody
Probably
that I heard
not.
about.
Because
Okay, cool.
he's not really in the industry side of things, which is like where the deforestation comes in. He's like purely war.
Yeah.
And Jader, it's him. It's him. Like 100%, no question, it's him.
I like reach over and pick up Jader's jaw from off the floor. And, like...
And he stands and walks over to you and looks at all of you, and he says, "Right, well, my name is Getston. It's, good to meet all of you. I assume if Barnard has chosen you, you're probably fine at what you do. I was waiting a little bit longer than I expected, but that's fine. I'm gonna go in the next 10 minutes. Join me if you want to." And he walks back over to the campfire and sits right back down.
excuse me, sir.
Yes?
My name is Jader, and you are my hero, and I would be honored to join you by the campfire. if I
And
may.
here's a question. Or, you know what? I think the lot of you that aren't Jader are probably expecting the worst. I can't speak for you, but perhaps you're expecting this guy to be like, cool, like, great, or, something. That's kind of the personality he gives off, is he's just going to be like, great, like he meets these kind of guys all the time.
A little cold, yeah.
What he does next is he stands and he takes his sword and he fells a tree nearby that was like decaying, so it's not hard to fell. And he takes 2 logs that he had as seats and he puts them on either side of the stump, and he sits down and puts his arm up like this, inviting Jader to arm wrestle him.
Well, I absolutely accept. I get to touch this man's hand. I walk over, firmly grasp it.
Ooh.
Gonna be Iwi from me, dog.
Oh, firm. Super firm.
I think of Daneth. I think of Daneth.
Yeah.
If Daneth could see me now.
Okay, so he
Are
returned.
there arms casting a
is like-
shadow anywhere?
Yeah,
there's a campfire.
The torchlight or the campfire light is casting the shadow long on the other side.
Could my shadow influence this?
I think so.
Okay.
Would Jader want that?
Would he know?
No.
Doesn't matter.
Great.
Wow. Do you think Ganeth is like passed out being like, only me? Only me.
So, Jada, you son of a bitch. What's his name? What's the guy in Predator? What's his actual name? The character that he's Dylan. Dylan, you son of a bitch. That's the best. I love that movie. Anyway, it's a firm grasp back. I mean, this dude is no joke. So Danny, you let me know when you want to intervene.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it happen for a couple seconds to get a read on it.
Great. Jader, roll
Yes.
a strength check.
Oh, I thought you'd never ask.
Pure strength check. Just roll a d20 and add your strength modifier.
That would be a 24.
Oh.
I rolled a 19 and I have +5 strength.
Wow, he
Motherfucker.
also rolled quite well. He says, 3, 2, 1, and just you lock in, and he's like, it is brutal. You are pushing with all of your might, and the two of you are not budging left or right.
Oh, it's right in the middle.
And it's like close, and then you just get this spurt of energy, and you start to push, and you're winning. And you get him down about halfway. Roll strength again.
Ten.
Okay, he rolled better this time. He's like surprised, and because he rolled well on the last one too, by the way. He starts pulling back, and he's sort of taking you this way, and now you're back in the 3/4 mark. And roll strength again. So now he's sort of winning by half.
Bobby.
7.
Wait, 7?
7.
No way, dude.
Yeah.
You then push back, and you're both stuck in the middle. It will not move. You're like deadlocked.
Okay, now's the time for me to jump in. Knowing that he can at least put up a fight on his own, I'm gonna tip the scales in his favor if I can.
Sure.
However that works.
Okay. Well, do it. What's the plan?
I mean, my shadow is just going to gently press on the shadow of Jader's hand in the shadow version of this battle.
my.
Roll. Does your shadow share your stats?
Yes.
Great. Have the
well,
shadow.
I mean, he shares my movement speed and action count is what I
How
have
does
written
it
down.
deal with grappling?
It's against my spell save DC. That the 'cause,
Okay.
like,
So what is
the-
It's a strength DC against your spell.
it's a wisdom DC.
Okay, he's gonna roll that and a strength check against Jader. Make sense?
Sure.
So it's as if you're grappling his arm.
Okay.
Is that cool?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Great. Jader, roll strength, and I have to roll strength and wisdom, right?
Yeah, wisdom saving throw against my 13.
Okay, I'll roll the wisdom first.
I rolled a 14.
Okay, he fails the wisdom save. He succeeds on the strength. So Jader, you push with all your might. He didn't win by much. So you're pushing with all your might. You feel it a little bit, and then suddenly you feel you feel like he's giving way a little bit. Like maybe it's his age. Maybe it's just because he's tired. I mean, he's getting older. He's in his 50s at this point. And you start to win. And you're pressing it, and you're pressing it, and you're pressing it. And you knock it down. And you're victorious.
I begin to clap.
And
Sleeping by
I
the
don't know
fire.
what to say. I'm just like, I'm in disbelief that I just beat my hero at arm wrestling.
Jader extends his hand this time for a handshake.
I double grasp
Great.
and bow, and,
Sure. And he says, "It will be an honor to work with you, my boy."
Aw.
that's like the highest honor I've ever received.
Maybe Jader sheds a tear. Who knows?
I would like to possibly stand next to him as we go in, when we go into the...
I think he would like that.
Oh, I would like that.
Jader, I know you're not trying to give off these homoerotic vibes, but they are coming.
Dennis is just having nightmares right now. He's sweating.
You guys
So-
don't even understand how much I.
No,
Sky's my
no,
hero.
completely. Getz then basically looks over and he goes, "That's enough time spent. Let's do it." And he walks over and gets his helmet and places it on his head, and then he draws his sword, and the sword is beautiful. And Jader, you've heard legend of this sword. And you told me at least that your fighting style, the sword you chose, everything is modeled after what you heard Getzten did. And I have an image of the sword here.
Ooh, I've
So
not seen this.
pop open the stream. You've never seen it in person, but this is it.
Ew.
Ooh.
It's this beautiful black hilted sword with a crimson red blade. And it is stunning.
I want that.
And Getz then walks up to the gates. And again, there are vines and bushes and all kinds of jungly foliage, climbing the facade of this building. And there are trees nearby and everything. And he says, "Best way to do it is always through the front door. I don't think there's really a point in going any other way." And he says, "Everybody
I
ready?"
agree.
Oh, very good.
I'm ready,
This-
my mace.
Great.
Appelez-vous.
Oui.
Check my claws.
And he pushes the gates open, and sort of vines, fall off and separate from the door in the archway. And he holds aloft a torch and begins to move in.
As we start to go in, I trot up to Getson and I sort of like half whisper to him, not like so that other people can't hear, just because like the environment feels like whispering is a good idea. That if we see somebody that looks like Jader, don't hurt them.
And he goes, okay.
His brother might be here.
Okay. Man of few words, it seems. So great. Our first proper dungeon of Campaign 2. We haven't really had a proper dungeon yet.
Yay.
Let's go.
We had a lot of them in Campaign 1, and there are more to come, but we got one. So as you enter, you're in this outer hall. And this hall sort of surrounds a courtyard. And within the courtyard, there is this rising stone building type thing that looks like the Knight's Helm that you saw on your way in. It's the central tall structure. This fortress isn't enormous, but it is large. It used to house a couple hundred soldiers, that would barrack and sleep at different times and go on post and training and everything out in the jungle. And the courtyard is quite expansive, and you're in this outer corridor with sort of inlaid windows that separate the corridor from the hallway. But there's no glass. They are just completely see-through sort of Gothic arches. And there are doors surrounding the outside. It's a very adef fortress. If you've been in one of my campaigns, this is what the fortresses look like. I love central dungeon design. I think it's beautiful, and I think looping dungeon design is good. Anyway, that's what you're looking at. Yeah, that's the lay of the land.
Did you say earlier that you have a visual of this place?
I drew the thing.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like a floor plan. My bad.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Yeah, there's an
No.
ant version, but that's it.
Oh.
So Getz then turns around to all of you and he says, probably best to split up, I would say. Cover more ground more quickly. If you're all as good as you think you are, we should be fine.
Alright.
And there are 7 of you.
Seven.
So 2 groups
Yeah.
of 2, 1 group of 3 probably. So he says, I'll lead the group of 3.
I slap Haddock on the shoulder and I say, "Let's go. Where should we go?"
Oh, we can't hear you.
Muted.
What do you think?
Stakeout?
Stakeout? Stakeout?
Stakeout.
Now. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Build a diorama. Look, if we do an in-person session, I will go ham. Great. So Getson is like, he points to you, Jader, and he points to Liza, and he's like, on me. And then that leaves, I guess, Elle and Varel as a squad.
Sure.
And Getson says, he's sort of captaining this team, essentially. He says, we will go left, big guy and thin guy. You go right, and small, haggard man with clothing, and Catwoman go straight.
Okay.
Great. And break. And he turns and he begins to go to, what did I say? He goes to the right?
Left.
To the
He
left.
goes left.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're
so
left.
he stutters for a second and then goes to the left. So he and Liza and Jader begin to go to the left. And he, I guess, you can ignore if you'd like.
By straight, are we talking about to the central column?
Yes.
I look toward the right for a path.
Yeah, I mean, it's just this corridor that, lines the hallway with doors.
Mm. Well, we can just take the first one we see then.
Let's go.
Sure. So Elion and Haddock head to the right. Jader, Liza, and Getson to the left. And Elle and Varel forward. We're
Sure.
going to start with Elion and Haddock. So in this corridor, there are two doors along we'll call it the eastern wall. Just for simplicity's sake, we'll say you entered the southern door, even though the map doesn't really justify that. But just to keep it simple, you've
Right.
entered the southern door. The corridor is just north in front of you, and you've taken this path. So on the eastern wall, there are two doors. And you take the first, you said. Great. It is... Did you just believe?
I meant the second door, but we'll take the first.
You can take the first or the second. I don't care.
Do you have any reservations about us taking the first?
Who,
The
me?
first door that we see. Yeah. You're with me, right?
Yeah. First door is fine. Might
Alright.
as well explore.
Okay, first door it is.
Sweet. It is locked.
Oh,
Mm. Okay.
can I brute force this lock? Is it?
Like brute force the door.
Yeah.
Roll strength.
Eight.
You barrel into the door, and it doesn't budge.
And I say, okay. Living in the city, you learn a couple tricks, and from my pocket, from my bag, I pull a lockpick and I attempt to pick the lock.
Roll sleight of hand.
21.
You sure you're not Gouger?
Gouger's roll would have been like 30.
It's true. I did spec into sleight of hand for this character too, though. To be fair.
You begin to, weasel in is, and it opens, and the door handle pops, and you push the door open.
And I kind of just like gesture like this to Haddock and let him walk in first.
I'm gonna peer in first. Right? I'm gonna
Raise
peer
your
in first, see
hand.
if-
Raise your hand if you have dark vision. Okay, so everybody except for the human. Makes sense. Good news, Jader, your guys got a torch.
Yay!
So Haddock, you peer in, and you're in like a library. Not like a library. It is a library. And there are rows of bookshelves. It's not expansive, but it maybe houses a couple hundred volumes of various books. And there are that's what you see to begin.
Oh, start snooping around, right?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Just kind of like opposite ends of the shelves, perhaps split up in the room.
Roll investigation.
Both of us?
Yeah, both of you.
14.
Okay. When looking through the volumes, both of you almost like sense a pattern. There appear to be certain numbers of certain colored books in certain bookshelves. And the ones of note are if there are 4 bookshelves that are like double-sided, right? And the furthest left, there is a 1 blue book, and then on the other side of that one, there is 1 blue book as well there.
This is all on the same shelf?
Yeah, so it's 1 blue book on the left side, 1 blue book on the right side, if you're looking at it straight on. Then the next bookshelf over, there are 3 and 4. And then 1 over from that, there is 6 and 6. And then 7 and 8.
Okay. I imagine if it was enough of a pattern to kind of catch my attention that I just kind of maybe like rip a piece of paper and actually physically as the character write down this pattern just in case it is more useful at some point later on.
Sure. So that's really the only noteworthy thing that you see in this room, to be honest.
So just the blue color-coded books in their respective places in the bookshelves?
Yeah, it goes, if memory serves, 1,
1,
1,
3,
3,
4,
4,
6,
6, 7,
7, 8.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Are there any markings on the shelves which indicate anything like about the books, or are they just like kind of plain?
The bookshelf on the far left has has an I on it, the letter I, and then one to the right of that is II, then III, then IV.
All the way across Roman numerals?
Yeah, 1 through 4.
Gotcha. But then the other 4 don't?
No, so it's 4 bookshelves total that are all double-sided. So bookshelf I has 1 book on the left, 1 book on the right. And then bookshelf II has 3 and 4. Bookshelf III has 6, 6. Bookshelf IV has 7, 8. I'll let you puzzle over this for a second, and we're going to move to another group.
Sure.
We'll go just to the closest group physically. Varel and Elle.
Hi.
Hello. There's this central stone column, and it's really the only noteworthy thing that isn't in complete ruin in this central sort of staging combat training area. And there is a door leading up to the top.
So, like, can you talk to house cats?
Yeah, I can, yeah.
Just, like, conversationally? What do they have to say?
It depends. A lot of times they're really bored if they're not let out enough, but I don't venture into homes too often.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
What do you think we should do about this?
I'm all for climbing. Do you want to see if it's unlocked?
Sure, I do a lap and see if there's doors.
So there was a door, right?
It's just the one door,
Okay.
yeah.
Just the one, okay.
But that would go up, right? That's
You presume.
I
yeah.
knock. I knock on the door.
There's no response.
Okay. I try the handle, assuming there is one.
It's unlocked.
Okay.
So it opens
After you.
outwards and reveals a staircase, a spiral staircase immediately.
Okay. I'm gonna cast on the two of us.
What are you casting? Sorry.
Pass without trace.
Okay.
So we can go up the stairs a little quietly, sneakily.
Sure.
Perfect.
You do so, and you make it to the top, or what you assume is the top. You keep climbing, and then suddenly, you find yourself at the bottom again.
Okay, I do a BLJ.
Okay. Can you give me a dexterity check on your A press?
I was not expecting that.
You get to the top of the stairs, and then it's not like the stairs feel endless in that Super Mario 64 way. Like, you lap the final stair around what you think is going to be the final corner before the door, and then you're just at the bottom again.
Okay. Varyl's trying to think outside the box.
Were there any windows going up, or is it totally enclosed?
There are windows on the way up, like small slit windows. Very Archer through the hole style.
I look for a stone on the floor. Maybe I go outside to find a stone. Just anything I can hold in my hand.
You're able to find one.
You want some blue flame? You can just use it
I go up as high as I can before the point where it loops.
Okay.
And I try to toss a stone around the corner.
You hear it clack at the bottom.
Behind me?
Yes.
Interesting. Cool.
What if I go... Is it Veryl? What if I go outside and observe, or vice versa? From the window.
Yeah, do you want to watch me?
Sure.
Is there a window anywhere near the loop point?
Yeah, there's one like right by where you believe the loop point is.
Okay.
And Elle can see you.
Okay, great.
We'll wave.
Okay. I'm gonna trot by the loop point, and like as I go, I'm like looking through the window, and I like wave, and then I like leave my hand there as I walk.
And then as soon as like the majority of you has passed that stair, you're right at the bottom again.
And what does Elle see?
You see him walk past the window, and then you see him walk into the front.
Yeah, but he had the hand out for a while.
Oh, it disappears. While the hand is still there, it is gone.
Okay. All right, I'm going to come relay the news. Be like, okay, so your hand just literally disappears as soon as you walk past.
Yeah, I just did my stairs workout yesterday, so this is a real pain, but I'm going to head back up.
Wait, do we know how to look into spells? Can you look into this?
I'm gonna walk up through the loop point backwards, like watching the stairs below me.
Oh, interesting. As far as your cognizance is aware, you are at the top and then you are at the bottom.
Okay.
There is no in between. It is a binary state.
Gotcha.
What's the outside of the tower made of? It's stone?
It's cobblestone.
Cobblestone? Could I try to climb it?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Roll athletics.
Okay. So I have good climbing speed.
Yeah, the roll doesn't need to be high because you can climb very well.
Right. I got a 17.
Yeah, you're able to climb no problem.
Okay.
And you get up to where the window is.
Okay. Well, what's it like above that?
Well, you'd have to like overhang a little bit, up
Oh,
to
it like
get,
comes out?
Yeah, it comes out into like a bowl where you presume the room at the top is.
Okay. But I can...
You could climb it.
I can hang there for a bit because I can use whatever.
Sure, yeah.
Bunch of limbs to hang on, so I can hang on for a little while. So I'll let him climb again and then see what happens.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
gonna send my shadow through.
Ooh.
Your shadow. Yes, Amanda, it is like a water tower. That is what it looks like. Your shadow. Can you see?
I know nothing about my shadow. We have no intrinsic link to each other.
Okay, first of all, cool. Second of all, it does not appear at the bottom.
It doesn't.
No.
Okay. All right. I yell out the window and I tell Elle, "Hey, my shadow seems immune to the stare nonsense."
I'm right here. You don't have to yell.
Oh, I look out the window and be like,
How you doing, honey?
all right. I ask if she can you climb any higher?
I can try, sure. I'm not being stopped right now.
When you climb past the point where the window is, suddenly you are on your butt on the bottom.
Just kidding. Sorry,
Did you
just
fall?
kidding,
You got
man.
down there really fast.
Didn't fall. I'm just down here again.
What a crime-solving duo.
It's going great.
Let's see what she's got.
Danny, roll investigation for me, please.
Okay. Oh, a natural 20.
The windows along the hall, the stairway up, appear to be like in such cardinal directions that like the sun or the moonlight passes immediately into them. Like there is always some amount of sunlight or moonlight coming into at least one of them at any given moment, and right now the moonlight is passing through the one right before the break point.
Okay.
Interesting.
I am wearing like a rag on my torso.
Mm-hmm.
Is it large enough to cover the window?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to just hang it in front of the window.
How?
Just like, I don't know, can I like shove it into like some cracks in the stone?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Just like the top bit, so it just drapes down in front of the window.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna come back in and come up.
Sure.
Just to see what happens, just to leave something there, and then I'm gonna walk past it then.
You are in a section of the stairwell you have not seen yet.
Oh, well, interesting.
You have arisen.
Gotcha.
Coming up.
I yell down. I think I made it past the thing.
Okay, I'm gonna dart up to the spot.
And you
then
see the clothing
to the cloth.
on the window.
Like, really? That worked?
Yeah, I don't really know why.
I'm gonna like go halfway past that point.
You're good.
Okay.
Okay.
I keep climbing.
All right.
There is a hatch at the top of the stairwell.
Okay.
Like smelled his cloak on the way. I'm like, whew, you gotta wash that, dude.
That's why it's out to dry. I knock on the hatch.
No one answers.
Okay. I try to push it.
It opens.
Okay, climbing up.
Great.
You find yourself in
Here
a
it
sort of a war room. It is an office for captains and things like that. And there's a war table in the center with the 4 countries. And you sense that this was probably around in the most recent intercontinental war. And there are sort of flags and little battlements put up in various countries. And we'll cut now to the other group. So this is Jader and Getson and Liza. And I assume that's kind of the walking order because Liza is a ranged fighter. Getson, there's one door on the left, so it's just the one door. And Getson bursts it open. Like no hesitation. I guess I should probably roll for that for consistency's sake. Yeah, he bursts it open. He bursts the wall, the wall. He bursts the door open. And Getson doesn't have dark vision, and neither does Jader, but he holds the torch aloft. And Jader, as you enter the room, it is a wide open room that looks like it may have been the sleeping like compartments for everybody. It's just mats would have been on the ground everywhere, and it extends the whole length of the hallway, so you could conceivably house like 100 some odd people in here. And there is a central torch, sort of like Ocarina of Time style, like a torch that's on the ground. You know what I mean? Like a wood that thatches up into a central housing for like charcoal and things like that. And that's really the only element in the room. There's really nothing else.
Is the torch lit?
No.
Okay. Does anyone have a lighter? I might have a lighter. Do I have a lighter?
Well, Getson has his torch lit right now, the one
True.
in his hands.
Can I suggest to Getson to light the torch, please?
He's like, I was thinking the same thing. And Liza's like, but nobody hears her. But you catch a glimpse of her, like she's like she thinks it's a bad idea, and then he lights it, and the door slams shut. Roll initiative.
Oh boy. Nat 1
No way, Getson got a nat 1.
plus 2, so 3.
And you suddenly look up at the ceiling, and these like spider legs begin to climb down from the ceiling, and these big gargantuan not gargantuan, they're large, big as a person. These spiders sort of begin to crawl down, and they land down on the floor, and they start coming towards you, and there's 3 of them. What'd you get, 3?
Yep.
So the first one comes up to you and nips at you. That does not hit you. And the second one comes up to Getson, does the same. That does not hit. And the third one also attacks Getson and hits. And does 8 damage. And Getson is like, poison doesn't work on me. And then just brings his sword down. How much that? Yeah, that's a hit. Holy hell. He does 14 damage with his sword and cleaves the spider in 2, and it just splits down the center and collapses into 2. And then he attacks again. Misses that time, and it's your turn.
I would like to try and attack the spider that nipped me.
Sure.
Does a 10 hit?
No.
Well, I would like to use my extra attack.
It's right, eh?
And try again, please.
Sure.
Does a 14 hit?
Yes.
Okay. I hit it for 6 damage.
Okay, you slice at it and chop off some of its legs, and it falls and is sort of wriggling on the ground. And then Getson turns to assume that Liza is going to fire an arrow, and she's gone. And you turn, and she's gone.
Well then. We're still in battle at this point, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Do I have time to talk? I'm assuming not.
Briefly, maybe on breath.
Did you see her leave, Geston?
9.
Neither did I. Let's finish off these spiders and see if we can find her.
Yeah, I hope she wasn't taken. And then Getson turns to the spider you attacked and hits. Oh no, that's a miss. Yeah, it's a miss. Okay, then he's gonna attack the other one. That's a hit. And a kill. So he chops the other one and it dies, and now it's just the one in front of you. And to be honest, you should probably have advantage on this attack. And I'm realizing I skipped their turn, actually. But too late. This one will try to nip at you.
Okay.
But with disadvantage because it doesn't have any legs on the right side. It hits both of them, I think. What's your armor class?
It would be 15.
Okay, yeah, then that hits. Unless you have your shield up, is that higher or that is 15?
That is with the shield, yeah.
So it hits nonetheless. Does 4 damage to you.
Okay.
And can you make a Constitution saving throw for me, please? Or else be poisoned.
Do I roll a d20?
Roll a d20 and add your Constitution saving throw modifier, which is towards the top left-ish.
Okay. Oh my gosh, I am the worst roller in the world. That would be a nat 1.
Okay, well, you are poisoned.
Yay!
At the start of your next turn, you're going to take 1d4 poison damage every turn that you don't... This particular poison. You take 1d4 poison damage every turn that you fail the saving throw, and you get to do the saving throw at the start of every turn. Or you can use your full turn to like provide medicine to yourself and dispel the poison.
So if I kill it, am I still poisoned?
You'd still be poisoned until you helped yourself, but the spiders would be gone, so that'd be quite easy.
Okay.
So it's your turn.
I
So
would
you
like
can
to-
start by making the saving throw to see if you are good to go.
Okay.
So do the exact same thing you just did, basically.
Does 15?
Yes, you're totally fine.
Okay.
You
try
managed
and-
to sort of squeeze the part where the poison went in, and then you tie it up real quick.
I'm going to try and hit.
Sure.
Does a 10 hit?
No.
I'm going to use my extra attack.
Yeah.
Does a 15 hit?
Yes, that was the exact same two as last time. I think 10 and then
Okay.
15.
Maybe I need to refresh this page. That is 12 damage.
All right, he's done. You
Okay.
cleave him horizontally in half. So Gets then cut his vertically in half, yours is horizontally in half, and it slices
Look
down.
at that.
Excellent. So
Yay.
the spiders are gone, and Liza's nowhere to be seen, but the door then opens, and you're free to go. And just before you do that, Getson is like, wait. And you turn, and now at the foot of the torch there is a tablet, like a stone tablet. And it contains... Oh, there's actually... Sorry, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, I designed this puzzle a couple hours ago. Some of the puzzles I designed just now. There are 3 tablets.
3.
There is one tablet that has nothing on it. Then there is another tablet that looks like it has 3 horizontal lines on it.
Okay.
And there is a tablet that has 2 dots on it.
Just 2 dots.
2 dots. Okay?
Okay.
And Getson is like, I guess we should take these with us.
Probably a good idea.
They're like yay big each.
Okay, they're tiny.
They could be carried. This music's a little too intense.
And we there's no trace of Liza, I'm
No.
assuming.
Gone.
Are we allowed to still search, or are we moving to someone else?
We're gonna move to someone else. We'll go back to Elion and Hadak.
Yes, well,
That's right.
we devised, I think, like a potentially 2 ways to solve this.
Okay.
I think first what we're going to try. Okay, you said so. There are 4 bookcases, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we refer to left and right, I'm just going to refer to the left as 1 and right
Yes.
as 2.
Yes.
So which one were we going to do first?
I kind of like the procedure one. Should we do that one first?
Sure. So we'll take the blue book from the third bookshelf in the left side, so 3-1.
Or 3-2.
If we- sorry.
Should be 3-2.
Is it 3-2?
No, yeah, you're right. 3-1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you got it.
3-1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if we're able to remove a blue book from there,
you can.
and
So
then,
now there are 5 total there.
Yep.
yes,
Okay.
and then we want to go and insert that blue book onto the first bookshelf, the right side, so 1-2.
So
So
now
that-
there's 2 books there.
Yeah.
All the blue books vanish into thin air, and dust begins to coalesce on the ceiling from where the books were, and then and then 3 stone tablets drop at your feet. There is one that is a single dot. There is one that is a horizontal line and then a dot. And then there is one that is a dot and 2 horizontal lines. And also, when I say that, like dot and 2 horizontal lines, it is in that order from left to right.
Mhm.
Great. We're going to cut now to Varel and L.
Okay.
So you are in this, office.
Or room. Yeah.
And
There's the table.
There's
with
the
4
table.
continents.
and there are notes littered around the room that are like stapled to various walls. But yeah, that's what you have. And then right now on the table, there are certain flags and things like placed in certain positions.
Are there any writing implements?
Yeah, there's a quill on the desk with an inkwell
Okay.
and paper. There's like parchment.
I'd like to come up and look at the map first.
Sure. So it's
Also,
a map.
like-
Doing that.
Take a quick glance around the room and make sure it's safe.
Yeah,
I don't
you're
wanna,
safe.
like,
You
look
think
fast.
you're okay.
Okay. Okay.
It's the map of Liseptia. And there are 10 flags that are sort of designating battles. And you sort of gather that the blue ones are victory and the red ones are defeat. Did I say 10?
You did.
Yeah.
Okay. There is one on each capital city. So there's Releron City, Castash. I gotta throw to the map, homies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Krellerin?
Releron City, Krellerin, Velerhent, and Iptek. And then there's one at Fort Bechen. There's one at Southport. There's one at Dagmaren. There's one at the City of Tides. There is one at Fort Grell. And there is one at the Lowlands. And the ones at the capital cities are all red, and all the rest are blue.
Okay.
Interesting.
So you said the capital cities,
Are red.
Right.
Or red.
and so I'm talking about the locations. All 4 capital cities, and then Fort Grell, Southport, the Lowlands, the City of Tides, and then maybe 2 more. Dagmaren.
Dagmaren and Fort Beren, which is in the Dwem Desert.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, those are near each other.
I find a quill,
Okay.
and I go to where I think Albrecht's keep might be, and I just scribble "You are here" right next to it.
Excellent. Stone tablets drop from the ceiling. How do you solve it so fast?
Okay. Cool. That's good to know.
Also, I'm going to throw back to this screen so you can find the map in the chat.
So I'll say, do you want to split, like, each take a wall and look around?
Sure. Can these flags be moved? I just try to like pick one up and put it back down.
Yeah,
Are they,
there's pinpoints where the flags go in,
Gotcha.
like at the various locations.
Okay.
Also, we might run a bit over this evening if that's okay with everybody. And by a bit, I mean if we finish the dungeon like more over than usual. But we can come to that when we get there.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll start looking around the room, see if we can learn anything about what was done in this room, like what battles got planned, stuff like that.
Sure. They're a piece of paper that just designate. They're written by various generals and people, and some of them you gather maybe have scribed by Albrecht himself, and they describe outcomes.
And Elle's saying the same things.
Yeah, you're seeing the same
Okay.
things on the other wall.
Okay.
And some of them are personal accounts. And they say things like there's one that says Danny or Vero. There's one that says Lowlands, we lost the front today. Then there is one Danny Vellerhent, unable to siege. And then Krellerin, taken for Relleron. City of Tides, held by the enemy. And what did I say? Was Grentown one of them?
I don't recall Grentown.
Fort Grell. Fort Grell.
Dagmarin, you said? And the Lowlands?
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Fort Grell won the day. And then Fu. Fort Beren. Sorry. Fort Beren just says taken. Dagmarin says held. We've got 7 of them. We're missing 3. Relleron City is one of them. It says seat of power maintained. And I'm missing 2, by golly.
Southport
Southport?
and Dagmarin. Oh no, you said
I
Dagmarin.
already did Dagmarin.
It was Southport and
Eeptek.
Okay.
So Southport says heavy casualties, but proceeding through. And then Eeptek says impossible to conquer.
Okay. I gather up all of the papers that I find, and I go to Elle and I show her. Maybe we can compare notes.
Yeah, and I'll point out the ones that I see.
Okay. So I'm gonna take my 5. I'm gonna try to rearrange the flags to represent.
I'm gonna
the
try to grab
accounts
one off
that
the
I
wall,
found.
but I accidentally sliced right through it, and I'm like, oh crap. Like, pick them up and be like, here, sorry.
Does that happen often?
Yeah. I don't deal with paper a lot.
Can you retract them? I had a cat one time, and they could just like pull their claws in.
Yeah, then it's harder to get behind the pit. You got it. I'm gonna let you do it. I'll help with the flags.
Okay. So I'm gonna plant. I'm gonna call them out, so that she can plant the flags. Say like maybe we put the red ones where we were defeated, or where Releron's army was defeated, Albrecht's army. So red flags at the Lowlands, at Velerhent, at the City of Tides, at Fort Beren, and at Iptek.
Yeah, you pick.
There's only 4 red flags.
Oh. Gotcha. Well, they were defeated 5 times. right,
Maybe not. Maybe the language is unclear in one of them.
Oh, well, there were heavy casualties at one. Oh no, but that was
proceeding through. That was it.
Yeah, that was a victory.
One of the ones you mentioned as being a loss was not a loss.
Gotcha.
Right, that makes sense. Because you listed 5 and we have 4.
Yeah. Well, we can safely put blues at the other 5.
Yeah, we can put blue at Iptek.
Red at Iptek. That was definitely defeat.
Red.
Possible
Sorry,
to
red.
Conquer.
Red at Iptek, red at Releron.
What was the thing for Releron? Because I have that down as a victory.
Releron City said seat of power maintained.
Yeah. So I assume that means that they kept their own seat of power. So they succeeded.
I see. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of vague language sometimes.
Yeah.
It sounded like they meant that like the seat of power who was there was maintained, as in they couldn't get into it.
Gotcha.
In terms of war.
That would be like our 6th defeat. So I think it's probably safe to count that as a victory. Since we already have 1 defeat too many. So yeah, victories at Southport, Releron, Dagmarin, Fort Grell, and and Krellerin. And then we just need to plant that blue flag in one of the other ones. So can we read off all the ones that I said defeat? Lowlands.
Are you just gonna systematically try it?
No, I was gonna read the papers again for the ones that I thought were
Sure.
losses. So what does the one that says Lowlands say?
Oh boy, that's the only one I didn't write down word for word. This one is obviously a loss. I'll just say that because I can't remember what I said.
Okay. Valorant?
Unable to siege.
Okay. Sounds like a loss.
Mm-hmm.
In the City of Tides?
Held by the enemy.
Held by the enemy, okay. Sounds like a loss. Fort Beren?
Taken.
Yeah.
So they took it. It was not taken from them.
That's what I think. Yeah.
So sounds like a victory to me. So we'll plant the blue flag on that one, yeah?
Yeah, Dagmarin says held, and City of Tides says held by the enemy. So I don't know if that means the same thing or not, and they're just abbreviating. Or
so
if
taken and held are from the perspective of what our army was doing. Albrecht's army was doing. So yeah, taken means that they won, and held means that they won. It's just from a perspective of like who was there first, right?
Okay.
So yeah, Fort Beren is the mistaken one. So we'll put a victory flag on there.
Great. So where are the red flags, just to verify?
The red flags are on Iptek, Lowlands, Velerhent, and the City of Tides.
The flags sink into the map, and the holes shut. And then a centerpiece opens out of the map, and 2 stone tablets rise.
Okay.
And your stone tablets have one that is a dot, a horizontal line, and 2 dots. And 3 dots and a horizontal line.
Who do you think went through all the trouble to make this?
Wait, what's the first one? Is a dot, horizontal line, and then what?
2 dots.
2 dots.
Okay. And the other one is 3 and then 1.
Uh-huh.
Okay, cool. I don't know. Why a puzzle? If we can figure it out, we'll know what they're trying to protect.
This stream now sponsored by Pretzel Chips.
Maybe we should go meet up with the others. And then on my way down the stairs, I walk past my cloak, and then I look at it, thinking that I'm already tired from doing so many stairs, so I'm just gonna grab it off the window and then walk up the stairs.
Wait, was there anything else up there that was important?
We'll say no, I guess.
Okay.
I didn't plan anything. If you really want to know, almost everything we've done for the last hour was not on paper, so we're just flying free right now.
Okay.
So no, there's nothing of worth in the room.
Okay.
So you make it down by going up. I assume making sure L is out first, because who knows what happens if you're stuck up there.
Yep.
So
That's good,
you both arrive at the bottom, and we'll say that at this point, in interest of time, sort of every group has reconvened in the center. And Getson is like, did you guys get stone tablets?
We did.
We did.
Yeah, this is probably Albrecht. Dude loved puzzles. I'm assuming he was, like, hiding something or not wanting somebody to go somewhere when he left, so he set up some kind of myriad of things. I don't know.
Did anyone see Liza? We kind of lost her.
She didn't come our way.
She was with us, so in our room we fought some spiders, and after we killed them, we got these tablets, but she was just randomly gone, and the door was shut behind us, so we don't know where she went.
Do you think she was afraid of spiders?
She couldn't get out. That's the thing. I don't know where she would have went. So that's why I was wondering if you guys saw her somehow. But yeah, I don't.
If
She
you
couldn't
couldn't-
leave. Yeah.
How are you here if you couldn't get out?
Well, once we beat the spiders, the door opened back up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It was weird.
So Getson is like, I guess we'll just proceed to the only area none of us have been to. And he begins to walk past the stone tower north, to the other end of the corridor. And there is a large door there. And there is an inscription there that those of you with dark vision see first.
Great.
And there are slots. There are 8 slots, as you might imagine, that fit 8 stone tablets. And
Did you pick up the tablets on the way, Veryl?
Yeah, I have them.
Okay.
It wouldn't be too hard to go get them.
Yeah,
Just put the thing back and then.
I'm not doing any more stairs. No more stairs.
I am so sorry to anyone that actually speaks German. There is an inscription in Releronian that says, Ein Krieger mag Sparta sterben, aber sterben muss doch. It's a lot of words.
Jader.
Ones that Jader knows.
Jader!
Oh yeah, definitely know that.
It says, I'll send it to you.
Are you texting it to me?
No, honey, I'm sending it to you on Discord.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't even know where my flip phone's
Where your
at.
flip phone is.
Oh wait, it's in my pocket. Never mind. I have the belt. I have like the satchel, like the clip on. Okay, it says a warrior can die later, but he must. ... A warrior can die later, but he must. ...
I suggest that we pool together our stone tablets on the ground. Can we get a read off from each group about what tablets we have? Our group is ... and ...
Our group is single dot, horizontal, dash dot, and dot dash dash.
Okay.
And we are nothing on one tablet, 3 horizontal lines on the other, and then 2 dots on the last.
I'd like to thank my sister and her boyfriend for translating that English into German for me. Much appreciated. Always good to have somebody that speaks a language in the family in a pinch. This part of the puzzle was planned.
So I think I have translated what Veril would know as Releronian code.
Yeah.
Yeah. He read it in a book somewhere. He's just got it memorized for some reason.
Do you, Daniel Bamundi, know Morse code?
No.
Okay. But Google does.
Google
Sure does.
Anyone else want to confirm what they have? I have LVENWOI.
And a space.
And a space, yeah.
What was
Correct.
it?
LVENWOI and a space.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I read it out loud again. I just reconfirm. Warriors can die later, but they ... Is that right, Jader?
Live now.
Definitely, that's correct. Mhm.
So I'm a little bit curious that the last bit would be in common, and I kind of pick up the tablets and I place them to say, live now.
A warrior can die later, but for now, but he must live now. Yep, that's it. The tablets sink in and the door slaps open. Nice job, team. Excellent work. The first semi-tricky puzzles, but they'll only get harder.
Good.
I made the mistake of last campaign, the hardest puzzle was arguably the first one. And, of course, Patrick solved it, but Danny was close in tow. Patrick solved all the puzzles, though. So, really, I could put any puzzle in front of you, and apparently it's going to be hard because you don't have your guiding light that...
The spirit of Grum invigorates us.
Exactly.
Yeah. Phone a friend, can
Phone
we?
a friend. That would actually be fun. We should see if he wants to cameo an episode or something.
We need Steven to give us a phone first, though.
Yes.
True.
So the door opens and reveals a hallway staircase going down. And Getzten is like, I'd like to thank all of you for doing that. I am too old to care about puzzles.
Veril, seeing more stairs, immediately starts to strip again. And just dangles his cloak out in front of him and just starts walking down the stairs like this.
Getzten is like, weird.
Elle will walk up and be like, it helped us earlier, it's fine.
Alright, Getzten falls down. And I assume the rest of you do as well. So you make your way down the stairs, and after a while, it opens up into this room. It's like an atrium almost, that you might find in like a botanical garden. It's a big open glass enclosure, and you see water flowing, and you gather that based on how far you traveled, you might be beneath the ocean now. And there is this thick magical layer of glass separating you from the ocean, and sunlight peers down. Right now it's moonlight and lights this room too well. Like there's clearly magic at play here. And it is growing plants, and there are vines and ivy climbing the walls of this maybe 50 foot by 50 foot room. And there is a throne made out of vines, and there is a woman sitting in it like this way. And she's looking at all of you. And Jader, you recognize her instantly.
That's her.
That's your brother? Oh.
Wait, who said what just now? What did Veril say?
That's your brother. No, that's not my brother.
Veril, I swear.
Good callback to the Getzten bit, honestly.
Oh man.
That's the lady that took my brother.
So Elle would not recognize this being.
No, you've never seen her before.
Doesn't look like a regular spirit, I assume.
You think she walks the forest quietly when she walks it.
Does she resemble a spirit of Fae?
No. She's wearing this long, flowing white dress. She has this long, very curly auburn hair and very fair skin. She, looks to be middle-aged, perhaps.
Poison ivy. Cool.
And
I just kind of like walk up to her, and I ask her, do you remember maybe stealing a child or two?
She says, well, I really don't know. I've stolen a great many of the forest kin. Mostly human children, but a girl's gotta eat.
I look sorry I asked, and I look back at Jader.
Elle doesn't like hearing that either.
And
I'm like enraged at this point too.
She throws her feet forward and leans forward, and she says, "What brings all of you fine-looking folk, just brimming with brink, into my domain?"
Elle looks at Jada real quick and is like, she's not one of the spirits. Like she's something else. Claws come out.
Getzton takes his sword and places it in two hands and turns to a lot of you and goes, "Looks like we get to kill a god today. That's exciting."
Oh.
Viral is like truly repulsed by her mentioning that she may have eaten children, and just immediately flies into a rage and just tries to punch her in the face from where, because he approached her already.
Well, everybody roll initiative.
And as he does, he yells, "Give him back!"
I was gonna ask if she saw Liza, if she took Liza, but never mind. Good. Guess we'll find out.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, 1 second, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's no Daneth. Okay. I'm gonna have to write that down. Okay, Jader.
20.
Nice. Farrell.
17.
Elion.
2.
2.
2.
L.
10.
Hadak.
19.
Okay. Vero, I'm just gonna give you the first attack anyway.
Okay. Is this a full turn, or do I just get like
just the first opening punch? Give it a go.
Gotcha. Cool. That is a 23 to hit.
That's a hit.
Cool. And it's just an unarmed strike. I didn't get my weapon ready. And that is a 7 damage.
Okay. You sense this doesn't phase her at all. And she
While that punch is landing, I'm yelling, "Give him back!"
And she says, "I don't know who you're talking about." It is Jader up first.
Wait, so the punch did not affect her, sorry.
It hit her and did damage. It just doesn't seem
Okay.
like it phased her
Okay,
very much.
got you. Okay. Well, I'm enraged at this point. And so I don't know how far away I am, but I'm going to
You're
get
like
within range.
You're like 25 feet from her.
I would like to get within range with my longsword.
Sure.
I am going to be swinging. Does a 13 hit?
No.
Well, let me use my extra attack and try again. Does a 23 hit?
Yes.
Okay. That would be 15
Nice.
damage. And then I'm not done. I am just super mad. I'm using my action surge, and I'm swinging 2 more times.
Let's go.
I'm swinging. Yeah, that would hit 23.
Yep.
No, sorry, 26.
Hits.
Okay.
26. Oh, your bonus is +8. That's right.
Yeah. For 11 damage,
Great.
and then does a 24 hit.
Yes. Let's go.
Okay.
Nice.
Crushing it.
For 6 damage.
You did 32 damage in that turn.
Oh my god, this is the right person to do damage.
You just walked up. And the first one just clean misses, but it doesn't matter. Just 4 slices.
And I mean, I'm gonna stay close because I think I used most of my.
Yeah, you and you'd incur an attack of opportunity if you moved.
Yeah.
Great. Up next is Varel. No, sorry, Haddock.
Thank you. Because I'm going to lay my mace down, lay out the battle cry, but also lay the great support to my fellow comrades. Get those blesses out in that chat, casting it to the 2nd spell level. So it will be targeting Elion, Vero, L, and Jader. You get a plus 1d4 to your attack rolls or your saving throws. But wait, there is more. Because I still have movement, I'm going to be approaching this fearsome, our foe. And my bonus action, I'm going to be evoking my spiritual weapon in the form of a chainsaw. I don't know. Steven told him about it one of these times. And we are going to make a melee spell attack against them. See if I can roll for that. Does a 22 hit?
Yes.
All right, and that'll be a 1d8 plus, where is that? Any most of that? Yeah. Hold on. 1d8 plus 2. All right, sorry. For 5 damage.
Sweet.
Yeah, that's me.
Bless. Up next is Varel.
Okay. I have a question for you, DM. If I summon my my shadow on this turn, does the shadow get a turn right after me this round?
I
do
think
we have to
so,
wait around?
because Dangerous Bird gets a turn right as he does it, so yes. If I'm
Okay.
being consistent.
Okay. So can we say that my shadow or I can do things in any order? Do I have to go before my shadow? What do you want to do?
I think for simplicity's sake, you should go before your shadow.
Okay, sounds good. So I will use my bonus action.
Unless you, really want to do some kind of, grapple into attack.
Okay.
In which case we could intermingle them. But if it's going to be simple, let's just keep it cut and dry.
Yeah. I'll let you know if I'm trying to do anything special. Okay, so I'm going to use my bonus action at first to whisper Liberation of Shadow to myself and detach my shadow from me. I'm already standing right near her. She hasn't moved yet.
Yes.
Did you poke yourself with a needle first? Or...
I have one particularly sharp fingernail that I use to just
Right.
make a fist. And I ready my quarterstaff, and I go in for a strike. A little more level-headed this time. And I rolled not enough to hit, but I'm gonna use my multi-attack to
Did you bless?
go again. It was a 2. There's not a chance.
Okay.
Whoops. Let me roll that again. That's off the table again. Okay, that one's an 8, which plus is 15. Do I need the bless? Should I roll it?
15 hits.
Okay. So I am going to hit her with my quarterstaff, which does 1d8 damage. And that is 10 damage from my quarterstaff, and I'm going to turn this into a stunning strike, which I can do as I'm hitting somebody with a melee weapon. The enemy must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or be stunned until the end of my next turn.
Okay.
Sheesh.
What's the DC?
Wow.
13.
They succeed.
Okay. And I get to punch somebody right after I hit them.
Also,
with the
reminder
attack
everybody
action.
to be thinking about what your turn is going to be before you do it.
Yes.
Okay. So, oh, sorry, no, punching somebody with an unarmed strike is a bonus action. I've already used that for my shadow.
Great.
Okay, so it is the shadow's turn now.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
The shadow is going. You said there's like magical light illuminating the place.
Yes,
right?
yeah, the shadow can travel.
Okay. The shadow is going to travel to wherever the shadow. Do we know this person's name?
Nope.
Okay. The shadow is going to travel to.
You wouldn't either, I don't think.
Okay. I mean, I know what it is, but I
Yeah,
don't know if
you know she's a goddess, you know she walks the jungle, you don't know her name.
Okay.
The shadow is going to go attack the shadow of our unnamed foe. It's going to use an unarmed strike to do so. And it rolls a 14.
Hit.
Is 14 hit? Okay. And that does. It's 1d6. Sorry, I rolled the wrong. I rolled a d20 instead of a d12 because I don't have a d6. So I'm rolling a d12 and cutting in half. So that's.
This is the
That's
most
7.
Lucius ass turn that has ever happened.
That is 7 damage from my shadow.
Okay. Great. Getzen's turn. He's running up, not wasting a second. He slashes with his Vorpal blade.
Vorpal?
Don't look it up,
Okay.
players. You'll find out what it does in time. So he could really fuck it up here, actually. Okay, he swings once. That does not hit. He swings again. That's a crit. Oh, that's actually really bad. He could kill her right away.
Let's go.
That's fine.
Let's go, Speedrunners!
That's my hero. That's my hero.
Hang on, I gotta pull it up.
I'm pumped.
Oh, I'm sorry to everybody. That was my Windows notification. I mute them every day, and they unmute themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And turn themselves all the way up. It's really fun.
Yeah, Ileana and Elle are just gonna like sit and be like, good job.
We're having a little tea party in the back, just like.
Yeah. Be like, oh, it's all good.
Vorpal Blade. When you attack a creature that has at least one head with this weapon, and you roll a 20 on the attack roll, you cut off one of the creature's heads. The creature dies if it can't survive without the lost head. A creature is immune to this effect if it is immune to slashing damage, doesn't have or need a head, has legendary actions, or the game master decides that the creature is too big for its head to be cut off with this weapon. Such a creature takes 6d8 slashing damage from the hit instead.
Not big.
Yeah, I think I'm going to make the executive decision that this being a god is able to resist this effect.
Yeah.
But it is sure going to take 6d8 damage on top of the double dice, on top of the bonus. So it might just kill it anyway. Who knows? So we're going to double the dice. Danny, out of curiosity, what is your longsword? Do you use a longsword or a broadsword?
Me?
Or, sorry, Dave.
If you hold it one hand, it's 1d8 plus 5. If it's two hand,
1d10.
1d10 plus 5.
Okay, great. So he's going to roll 4d10. 6 plus 10 is 16. Plus 3 is 19. Plus 10 is 29. Plus 9 is 38. Plus 5 is 43. Plus 6d8.
That's Jader's hero.
What am I at? 43? Okay, plus 7 is 50. Plus 2 is 52. Plus 6 is 58. Plus 3 is 61. Plus 3 is 64. And plus 7 is 71. Danny, you missed it. This sword immediately decapitates the enemy on a nat 20. But this is a god, so it can't be that easy. So instead, it takes 68 additional damage. What was the number I just said? 71?
71.
Great. She takes
Give or take.
71 damage from a single strike.
Oh,
Is this dude level like 18?
He's been around a while.
oh yes.
Guts from Berserk.
Okay.
Oh my god.
He
That's an
literally
all-time
just
damage
holds his
for
sword and then
Speedrunners Dragon.
and slams down. What did you say? What did you say?
So that's an all-time damage maximum for Speedrunners and Dragons.
I don't think so. I think that the god monster at the end of campaign 1, spoilers, did like 100 maybe? Maybe not. I might be thinking about its like legendary action where it rips people in half. But this did a lot. Anyway.
You have a bonus action?
What? No, he already attacked twice, I think, and missed the first one.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So, well, he did 71 damage in a one strike. That might be a record. Now we move on to the goddess, who thought she was going to have a lot of turns. But she's going to have less than that now. And she is going to first produce a vine from her hand. It just like comes out of her body, this like, very lusciously green vine, and she slices her hand, and she says, "Light in the dark," and this globe of white light, very pleasingly warm light that Jader has seen before, emanates outwards from her in a 15-foot radius. Who is standing in a 15-foot radius? Getson, Jader, Veril, and Haddock?
Yeah, I moved forward.
Okay, great. The four of you. I need all of you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Remember, y'all have your blesses.
Yes, so roll a 1d4 in addition to your d20 and your bonus. Wisdom saving throw.
I'm not a very smart man.
Veril.
22.
You pass. Haddock.
7.
You fail. Jader.
21.
You pass. And Getson needs to roll. Getson does not have bless, correct?
No.
He fails. Okay, so who failed? Haddock and Getson?
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, anyone who's inside this needs to make this wisdom saving throw every time, for every turn they're inside of it. At the start of your turn, every time. Or actually, let's do the start of her turn. Haddock, you cannot attack her, and your movement speed is now 5 feet.
Oh.
How big is the range of the light? You said 15 feet centered on her?
15 feet centered on her. Haddock, you feel like even if you swung your hammer or your weapon as hard as you could at her, you couldn't do it. You feel like there's no way you could do it. Your mind is telling you no, do not attack her. And Getson feels the same way, and you can only move 5 feet per turn.
Is this a charm, by any chance?
It's Brink.
Okay.
It's just different.
Okay, because my character says I have advantage on charm saves. That does not apply.
I don't think so.
Okay.
This is a whole different ball game. Then she is going to throw down. Oh, there's another thing. You age a year every turn you are inside of it that you fail. So, Haddock.
I am Night Shyamalan.
Add a year. Yes. I did not think of that when I designed this. I designed this before that trailer came out. Haddock, add a year to your age. Getson also, which is tough for him.
Take your sword. Bequeath me your sword, please.
The year only applies if you fail to save?
Yes.
Nah. It happens to everybody.
Oh.
All right, everybody.
I'm now 251.
Whoa.
Count the rings on the
great.
tree.
You look
great. Shirtless too. 251. What a great age. So yeah, Then she throws down 2 seedlings out of her hands, and these flowers sprout, but because they're aging, they instantly grow. And they grow into vine blights, those monsters you had fought previously in the forest, and they begin to walk forward. Then she is going to use her vine whip and attack someone. She's gonna attack Getston, because he fucked her up real good. I'm using the F-bomb a lot tonight. Sorry, gamers.
You had to hold it in on GDQ too much yesterday.
Truly.
Yeah.
I did say ass chest twice.
That's allowed.
But that's a trick. That's a name of a trick.
It's not a main stage GDQ event.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Not whatever you want, but...
Yeah, don't do whatever you want, but...
You said this was a chest of the what vernacular?
Miss. Goes right over his head. Which means up next is the 2 little seed monsters, the Vine Blights, and they're gonna run up, and one's gonna attack Elle, and one's gonna attack Elion. Or actually, they're within the lights, they're probably gonna stay within it, so they're gonna attack Varel and Hadak.
Okay. We'll continue to have tea in the background.
Yeah.
We're like, you got it, just what's his name, Jess?
Are they looking older? I'm sure that's what you're thinking.
Varel gets, Varel's hit. Hadak, what's your AC?
18.
Miss.
I get hit with 18 AC also?
What?
I have 18 AC and I got hit.
What? Yeah, you got hit anyway, but why?
Wait, you said I got hit without asking me my AC. So
Yeah, because it was like a 23.
Okay, yeah, just confirm.
Wild. You take 9 damage. And up next is Elion.
Oh, it's me.
Wait, I skipped
All right.
Elle. I completely skipped her.
Yeah, you did.
I'm so sorry. It's your turn
I was
now.
thinking, I was like, I rolled a 2. There's no way I got before
Okay.
Elle.
Okay, I'm gonna Hunter's Mark. What's her face? And
I'm just gonna tell you her name. Her name is Yakta.
Yachta.
we'll see if I remember that. I'm gonna Hunter's Mark. What's her face?
Sure.
Yachta.
Why would she want to remember it? Be like, hate you. No. I will Hunter's Mark Yakta, and then go ahead and use my longbow
Sure.
because I can.
Yes.
And then, let me see.
I'm sorry, DM, I have a quick question for you.
I have a
Was
quick
the thing-
answer.
Was the thing that hit me a melee attack or a ranged attack?
Jesus Christ.
Melee attack.
Okay.
Yeah. So the bonus is if I hit, right? Like, is to help me hit.
Yeah, so the attack bonus is what helps you hit, and then
I haven't
you
done this in a
also
while.
get to roll 1d4 from Bobby from Bless. So
Oh,
you'll
wait.
roll a d20, add your attack bonus, and then add 1d4.
Oh well, it's a 20.
Natural?
No.
Okay,
I
what's a
rolled.
hit?
Yeah. Okay. No, I would tell you. Okay, so then that would be let's see, a D. So I don't roll the bless on that.
No, just the normal damage stuff for damage
Okay.
bonus.
So then I do 3. I'm just gonna roll all 3 of these at the same time because I have to roll all 3 of them for different things.
Hey.
And then I add my dex, right? 19.
Nice.
Okay. And then I can double attack. So we'll do the same thing.
Let's go.
So I gotta roll again, right?
Uh-huh.
To make sure I hit.
Yeah, any separate action, basically.
Yeah. I got a nat 20.
Let's go. So now on the damage dice, you'll roll double.
So all 3 of these?
And then again.
Yeah, you roll them twice.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
that's all
so
like the psychic damage nonsense, right?
one of them is psychic damage, one of them is the Hunter's Mark, and one of them is my...
Double them all.
Alright! Let's roll them all. Okay, so that's 13. And then 13. It's 26.
26, and then add your bonus.
Which bonus?
Your dex.
I did.
Oh, you added the dex once?
Oh, okay, then 21.
Okay, 21.
Yeah. Woohoo!
Nice turn.
Yeah.
19 and 21 is 40 damage in one turn.
Yeah.
That's
I
great.
used my bonus action first,
That's a lot
so
of damage.
That's probably it.
Very nice. Up next is Elion. Finally, the beautiful
Arrived.
moment has arrived.
Set your teacup down.
It's like, all right,
So,
like get up and like, all right, well, guess we'll do something. So I'm gonna use my turn to cast Bane. This is the first time I've gotten to use this, and I love this. This is basically the attacking version of Bless, and I love that.
Cool.
So up to 3 creatures of my choice that I see within range must make Charisma saving throws, so I just target all 3 of them.
What's the DC?
Let me just do some quick math.
Probably fails, I think.
11, 17.
They all fail.
Great. Okay, so for the next minute of concentration, whenever they make a saving throw or attack roll, they must roll a d4 and subtract a d4 from whatever they get.
Sick.
oh,
So it's the opposite of Bless.
Sick.
So that's
Great.
really good. And then as a bonus action, I'm going to do my tried and true, my Mantle of Inspiration. I can target all 6 of us in the party. We all gain 8 temporary hit points, and you can use a reaction right now to move your movement speed in full.
Which I recommend.
Yeah, I'm getting the out of there. Like it's.
Can we
temporary
leave
hit
the
points
bubble
from-
that we're in?
Go, L first.
if I had temporary hit points from earlier,
Again, this spell kind of just like brings you up to a cap. So like if you had 5, you're at 8. If you had 0, you're at 8. It doesn't matter. You just at 8.
so I can only go up to 8. Okay, cool. Okay.
Jader.
Yeah, we're in that bubble thing, right?
Yeah, you could move your full movement speed out of it right now.
We could get out of the bubble.
Everyone except for Hadak and Getson, because they can only move 5 feet.
I'm getting out of the bubble.
Great.
I will also leave the bubble, but just barely.
Getson uses his movement speed to turn to Jader, and he says, "Catch, boy!" And he throws the Vorpal blade at you as hard as he can. And you do not need to roll. You just, it's coming right at you. What do? The sword's coming right at you.
Try and catch it.
Sure. You have your sword in your hands currently.
I drop my sword and try to catch the blade.
Great. It's just... And the second it grasps into your hands, we go into Jader's brain for a second.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Jader, you are suddenly
It's kinda scary in here.
You are suddenly within an ethereal, like, purplish red, dark realm that's filled with water that's an inch deep. And you have nothing on you except for just your armor, none of your weapons or anything, and you're holding the Vorpal blade. And the blade lurches out of your hands, sticks in the middle of the pond, and out of it bursts this spirit. And it's this black darkness with human-looking eyes. And it looks at you and it says, "You've picked up the blade that traps my soul." And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please. With advantage, I think, because you have just been given the greatest gift by your number 1 hero.
What's my advantage?
You roll 2 d20s and take
Okay.
the better.
I rolled an 8. That's
Out
my
of
best.
both of them? Okay, now add your
Yeah.
wisdom saving throw bonus and roll 1d4 for bless.
So that would be got a 2. So 10.
And then do you have a bonus from your wisdom saving throw?
I don't think so.
It'll be the same as your wisdom modifier on the far left.
So my wisdom modifier is +1.
Okay, then you'll get +1, so it's 11.
Okay.
You're good. You just need to be in the top half, so you're good. And the spirit pulsates and then starts flowing at you, and suddenly the sword is back in your hands, and you're holding the sword trying to split the spirit as it's running at you, or rushing at you, and you feel this power entering the blade, and you remember that this sword was used to cut off Uranith's head, who is the god that was the son of Eurelian. So Eurelian is the chief of the gods, right? And Uranith is his only son. This sword was used to decapitate him. You immediately surmise when Gets then decapitated him, part of Uranith's soul was trapped in the blade. And you now know, not only can you use this sword, but you can every once in a while summon Uranith's brink when you're using the sword. So I can send you all the fine details. I don't think you'd be able to use the brink in this encounter because it's a lot, but I can tell you that the sword is more powerful than your own.
I like that.
Cool.
Instead of 1d8 one-handed, it's 2d8. Instead of 1d10 two-handed, it's 2d10. And the bonus that you have currently on the sword, which is +8, I believe, to hit.
Yes.
You also get another +2 on top of that.
So +10.
So +10 to hit. And if you ever roll a nat 20, we will cross that bridge when we get there.
Damn.
You
Holy
have
moly.
the opportunity to instantly decapitate anyone if you roll a nat 20.
What a gift.
Yeah, he may ask for it back, but you have passed Uranith's test, it seems. We rush back out of Jader's brain, and Jader, now you're holding this sword that is like heavy, even though it looks the same size as your own. And it's the spirit of Uranith is clearly inside of it and harnessed by you. And Gets then just goes, yes! He's like, I thought you might die when you picked it up. So he's like really fucking pumped. Uranith's brink, by the way, is called Killing Call. And I'll explain it later. But cool. Hadak, would you like to use your movement to move 5 feet?
I might as well.
Great. Only 10 feet to go until you stop aging.
Yep.
Up next is Jader with the newfound weapon.
Unless we kill it first.
Baby. I would like to use my new blade and get within range to swing.
Great.
Please.
When you enter the pool of light, just as the aging brink thing is about to hit you, you feel Uranith's energy burst out from the sword and parts the sphere into a cone. And so just in this moment, you feel you can strike true, or at least attempt to strike true without worry of the aging and everything.
Nice. Okay. 24 hit.
Yes.
Okay. I am going to roll.
Our DPS is finally DPS.
So that was 23. No, I'm sorry, 21 damage.
Nice.
And then I'm going to use my extra attack. I'm going to try and swing again.
Sure.
Does an 18 hit?
Yes.
Okay. For 16 damage.
Nice. The blade strikes true, cuts deep. By the way, it's called the Vorpal blade, as I said. Vorpal blade. And up next, it is Hadak. Hadak, you must make... Or actually, you're still under the spell. But... yeah, make another wisdom saving throw.
Okay. That's a 17.
You pass. Okay, you're out of the spell. You have your full movement speed and can attack her.
All right, cool. He's gonna go right back in because
You also just aged another year, by the way.
Another year?
Yeah.
Not getting any younger. All right. Go back in. Doc is pissed. And we are going to attempt to, lay hands on this fearsome creature. And with inflict wounds. And I'm going to roll for that.
This is how you demolished Anton. Also, gamers, we're almost done. I'm sorry. I know we're running way over. We're very close.
16 to hit.
It hits.
Okay. If I can look this up, hold on. I remember it was just something nasty. Yep, 3d10 necrotic.
That's great.
Oh.
Oh.
For 18 damage.
Nice.
For my bonus action, I'm just gonna swing with the spectral sword,
Okay.
and that does not hit, so I have my turn.
Okay. I lay down a face down. Up next is Varel. You're muted.
Sorry, Milo.
The
was
Danny B classic.
barking. Milo was barking. How do you think? How do you think her brink compares to the level spell system?
You're
If you had to put what?
Level 4.
Dang. Okay. I can dispel light spells at level 2 or below.
Yeah, no, it's not a level 2 spell.
Okay.
This
I'm
is a
gonna-
god, and so far you've done 226 damage, by the way.
True.
Well,
Dang.
yeah, how's
Um,
it looking? Do we have any like
Bad.
reactions? Yeah.
The dress is
So-
cut in multiple places, she's gushing blood. And it's the
Can
purple
I-
ooze again.
Hmm.
Can I enter this light sphere and move more than 5 feet?
You must make a
Considering
wisdom
I-
saving throw if you enter it.
Okay. I thought you said only at the start of her turn.
Yeah, but I think if you enter it willingly... I'm going to reverse that decision. It's at the start of your turn. How I have it written down is at the start of your turn, but I thought I'd nerf it, but now you're doing too
Oh.
well. So
Okay. I left this sphere thinking I could re-enter it then. Can we say I didn't leave it when I had the
Sure.
opportunity to?
Sure.
Okay. Gotcha.
Well, you still have to
Uh,
do it at the start of your turn.
Still have to
Oh,
roll
all right,
the-
but that's fine because I don't have to do the slow walking things. I'm already right there. right?
Yeah, so if you... but if you fail, you can't attack her.
Oh, why not?
'Cause that's part of it.
That's the thing.
So
Okay,
roll
okay.
a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, sure. Wisdom saving throw.
And add bless.
Yes. That is 11 plus 3 is 14 plus bless
It's
is
a hit.
4. Okay. What?
It's a hit.
Or
I'm rolling a saving throw.
You succeed.
Okay.
There's a lot going on tonight.
It's okay. It's okay. All right, so I succeed. So I'm just standing right in front of her, and I'm gonna hit her with my quarterstaff. Roll to hit is an 18 plus 5 is 23
That's
plus
it.
proficiency is 26. It's a big number.
Let's go.
And I'm also gonna turn this into a stunning strike. I'm gonna
Oh.
try that again.
What's the
and We're gonna
DC?
do. It is.
She
I said
succeeds.
13. I said 13. Oh, it's 14.
Oh, but what is it? 14?
Yes. Oh, but minus
Yes,
24.
exactly. And what is the modifier? What am I rolling exactly? Wisdom?
Wisdom.
Okay, well, she can't drop beneath the number then. So it doesn't matter. She succeeds.
Ah, dang. All right, that's fine. Oh, well, I did max damage at least. That is 13 damage on that hit.
Looking real bad.
I used a key point there. I'm gonna use my second attack here. That is a 17, 20 to hit.
Hit.
certainly.
And I'm just gonna keep trying to stunning strike her because it doesn't cost any actions to just apply it to a hit.
Sure. It's a key point, right?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
a key point to turn a hit into a stunning strike. So she's got to succeed on 14 again. And wisdom.
Fail.
Sick. That's what you like to see. That's also 7 damage.
Technically, she should
and-
go she can go negative. I'm not gonna worry about it.
So she is now stunned.
You're a stunner.
You know it. That's what they say. And she can't take any actions, reactions, can't move, can speak only falteringly, automatically fails strength or dexterity saving throws, and attack rolls against her have advantage until the end of my next turn.
TBH, you might kill her right now, so let's find out.
Okay, I'm gonna just punch her in the face.
I hope this is the final blow.
I hope so too.
Oh, that would be so funny.
That is 11 plus bless. 13 to hit.
Nope.
Oh.
Dang.
Oh.
Damn.
All right.
Everyone's so
So
disappointed.
Oh.
But my shadow can punch her in the face, or in the shadow's face.
Shadow boxing.
Let's go.
Yeah, you know it. The shadow is also going to spend a key point of its own to turn this into a flurry of blows. Is
Okay.
what the shadow can do. So it's going to do 2 punches.
Sure.
That is with bless a 15 to hit.
Hit.
Okay. It does 1 damage plus 5 is 6 damage.
Okay.
And the second hit is a 19 to hit.
Okay.
And the damage is 5 plus 5 is 10.
None of you see what kills her. Because it happens on the ground. But just... And, she... And the ooze starts dripping out of her mouth, and she starts aging rapidly from her own brink, and she begins to crumble and fall. And she grasps out at you, and she says, "Are you the ones that killed my tree beast, too?" And then she just bursts.
Ooh.
And, she is dead. You've killed a god.
Yay!
Yay, God! Getzthen is not looking great. He's just aged 2 years, and he was already like a 55-year-old man. So he's like, ow, my back or something. I don't know. He asks Jader and Haddock to sort of give him a hand getting out.
You suddenly
I'm
turning
like
into
having-
like a super old man.
No, he's
Very
not super old.
mixed-
He's just like a little beat up.
Okay.
Very mixed
Basher.
emotions here. I found out my brother was probably eaten. I'm holding my hero's blade. And we still don't know where Lies is at. So I'm like, we killed a god. There's a lot going on.
Also, it's worth mentioning that when she dies, blue flames like erupt out of her body and ascend into the sky. Like through the glass, and everyone are gone.
Interesting.
Elle's gonna be paying attention to that and be like, the flame!
Planets!
I imagine her little like blights are just they disintegrate.
Oh, they
too.
are gone.
Yeah.
So, Getzthen asks you to take him out of the fortress, and he's like, "You did great, guys. I mean, I'll be honest, I probably did a good half of it, but, Jader, this sword is very difficult to wield. Did you, like, go into a weird spirit dimension for a second?"
Yeah, I fought something with black shadow with human eyes.
Yeah, that's Uranith's soul, or at least a small chunk of it. I used that sword to cut off his head many years ago, and part of his soul got trapped in the blade somehow, and now it has part of his power, but the first time you wield it, which happened to me all those years ago, he tries to absorb your soul and take over your body. So you gotta kind of get past that first trial, or else he's probably gonna kill all your friends and then you. But instead,
I-
you're okay.
I'm glad.
You cart him up the stairs and out the courtyard and out the front. And, as you're walking out, you hear from behind you, Arrowhead, and then this, like, arrow bathed in red light strikes through Getzthen's chest and out through his back and shoots forward, and then flies in the air and comes back and hits him again in the same spot, and then comes back and then just dissipates, and you look up and it's Liza, and she is holding this beautiful bow with no arrows in it, and then she takes another arrow out of her quiver, draws it, says Arrowhead, and it is bathed in red light, and she's concentrating intently on the arrow. and it moves at her will. And then it comes back around, and it's just about to strike her, and Jader, you think you can slash it or block it with your shield, perhaps.
Let's try and slash it.
Great. Roll to hit.
Who is the arrow about to strike?
Getston again.
Oh.
What'd you say? Roll a what?
Roll to hit, as if you were attacking someone.
So that would be a 18.
Great. You slice up, and the arrow splits in half, and the energy dissipates. And the woman clearly is physically pained by this. And then she stands, and she runs along the rooftops and, like, slides down a vine and rolls out in front of you all. Draws another arrow and points it at you, and she goes, "Do you have any idea how annoying it is to do a Releronian accent and not talk when I got bored of the accent? This was a difficult position." And Fu, or El, you sort of remember that's what the arrow looked like, you think, that struck you all the way back in Freetown.
Oh.
As you were riding off. And then you just hear... and a figure appears next to her. And he says, "Well, I do think we're going to take off the contract for Getston and all of these fools. Hello, I'm Killingston Killingsworth. It's a pleasure to meet all of you." And that is where we will end episode 5 of Speedrunners and Dragons.
Killington Killingsworth?
Killingston Killingsworth.
Makes sense that he's evil.
He's in the right profession.
I know, right?
This means more to the campaign 1 boys.
Oh my goodness.
Their closest compatriot in campaign 1 is Billingston Billingsworth.
Oh, okay.
And
I heard the accent and immediately was just like, yeah.
I have to write Billingston into every campaign I do, so here he is in, like, necro form.
Man.
Shadow
God,
Bill.
man.
I have to somewhat credit my chat. I really don't remember who it was, but like a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago, I was talking about including Billingston Billingsworth, and someone said Killingston Killingsworth just on like a random stream, and I was like, oh yeah. Okay, great job, everyone.
Wow. That was crazy.
Definitely.
How many characters will Adef pull out of a hat? Who knows?
That was an action-packed few hours. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
A lot
My brother's
happened.
dead.
Tragedy.
My brother's dead. My hero's dying.
But you got
We
the.
need to start
You
early,
got,
like,
I got a cool sword.
we need to start early, like every session.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. This one just had like too much, and I really wanted to cliffhang on that moment.
That was awesome.
I apologize. So let's quickly do plugs very, very fast. Dangers, you're up first.
Sure. I'm Dangers, twitch.tv/Dangers, my speedrun Mario games. There's actually a lot going on this week because this week is DreamHack, which they are doing a kind of live, like online convention. If you go to their website, you can kind of like download the game and like tour the floor, which is really cool. And like partnered streamers have booths that are set up that are you can like they basically advertise for them and stuff like that, as well as like a bunch of speedrunning stuff. And there's like marathon charities and there's like tournaments. Like DreamHack's a big thing, and you're gonna see me participating in it in a bunch of ways. So yeah, that's that. Saturday is the Fall Guys tournament. I'll be in that, and there is like a speedrunning marathon for charity, and they're kind of going through the ages, and I'll be doing a commentary for the Super Mario Odyssey one on Thursday as well. So, and then on Friday, there's a lot going on for DreamHack. On Friday, GSA is partnering with them to do like a pro-am speedrunning, like basically the professional speedrunner teaches somebody who's never speedrun the game before. They have like a week to train them. That's what I'm doing right now. And then on Friday, they kind of like race the amateurs against each other, and the professionals do commentary over top of it. So that'll be on Friday.
Sick.
And that'll be really cool.
That's
That
really
is
cool.
sick.
So
I like
all
that
of that
a
to look
lot.
forward to as thanks to DreamHack. But yeah, otherwise on my regular stream, I usually just do Mario speedruns. So
Sweet. Danny.
Hi. Sorry, I was checking if I was muted. Hey, I'm Danny B, and I've been working on some Majora's Mask glitchless runs for lately. I took a quick break from that to go back to Ocarina of Time, which is my main game, and just took down the OT any percent world record. Currently, the fastest any percent OT person ever with a
Congratulations
657.
by that.
Let's fucking go.
That's awesome.
That was pretty cool. So probably going to be working on trying to improve that a little bit, and also trying to get under 3 hours in Majora's Mask glitchless, which is a really fun category. I'm really enjoying branching out.
I'm surprised that you said that, Danny, because like I just watched your run, the any percent one, and like as soon as it was done, you're like, okay, never touching any percent again.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, you know, I say that every time, and it just finds its way back into my brain. I don't know.
OT any percent
speedrunning,
is
dude. Welcome to
horrible,
speedrunning.
dude. OT any percent is brutal, and I only grinded for like sub 10. Oh, you're done. Great.
that's me.
Fu.
Hi, me Fu, me play game, good fun, follow.
Nice.
No, I do like Zelda, Nintendo stuff, RPGs, Beat Sabers, big thing. I have a hotfix show, like a couple of the dudes here, and I do stuff with GDQ. Otherwise, I don't know. It's cool.
Sweet.
Trying to post more on YouTube. So
Nice.
there we go.
Well, we've got YouTube following here, so maybe I'll start putting YouTubes in the description. That would be smart.
Yeah.
Bobby.
Oh, hi. I'm Bobby. I'm the black guy, and I also play a lot of Mega Man, a lot of Castlevania. I'm also taking part of a lot of DreamHack Beyond and all that. Not on the speedrunning side, but I'm also a fighting game caster, esports commentator,
Awesome.
doing a lot for Guilty Gear, a lot of Power Rangers Battle for the Grid a couple days ago. So you'll see me on the podium for a lot of fighting games there. On my stream, I just do a lot of speed runs. I'm currently grinding Mega Man 8 right now. Literally 2-3 seconds into top 15 and getting a 53 in Mega Man 8 is absolutely hard. So that's gonna be the current grind for me. So feel free to follow.
And that's twitch.tv/theblacktastic. That's the only non-accurate name on the layout because Haddock and the Blacktastic don't both fit. Dave.
Hi, I'm Dave.
Nice plug. Nice. Nice.
It's way past my bedtime. I'm learning how to speedrun New Super Mario Brothers U randomly.
We got Dave into
And
speedrunning. Let's go.
I know, I haven't speedrun a game in a long time.
Pog you.
And I'm going to eat a bowl of Captain Crunch Oops All Berries, and then I'm going to bed.
I'm speedrunning too, actually.
Oh, let's go!
Everybody's
go.
speedrunning. Let's go.
Also, Dave and I might be doing a wager where I make him wear the hot dog costume, so.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
I won't be wearing. You'll be wearing. So.
No, I don't think so. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm adef. You're already here. Just follow. I'm in the OT bingo tournament still. I'm 2-1 right now. I have a semi-favorable but really good matchup. That is tomorrow. I have a race at 2 p.m. Eastern against Scaramenga, who is
that should be good.
like right around my skill level, I think, only because he doesn't practice anymore. But I've been playing a lot of Ocarina of Time. I'm getting back into OT Hundo. That's my next speed project. Thanks so much for watching, everybody on YouTube. Bye bye. Please subscribe. Tell your friends.